Hi. If you're here for the Acton Select Board, you're in the right place. We're scheduled to start at 7, and at 7, we're required to have a quorum, and all 5 of us are here in person. So let's call this meeting to order and get started. As usual, the first thing is going to be resident concerns. Resident concerns. And as usual, we'll limit these to 3 minutes. But that doesn't mean we don't want to hear from you. So if you have something complicated to say that takes more than 3 minutes, definitely recommend sending us an email. We have such a large agenda, and my attention span is so limited that anything over 3 minutes, I'm going to tune out. So let's go ahead.
Good evening, Madeline Cruz, 6 Station Way. I have a couple of concerns. I've been working with a property manager over on Spruce Street, and we've been helping one of our residents here in Acton. And there's a lot of components about helping her that are missing. And when you go to our town website, the information is very vague. We should update the website to make it feasible so that we don't have to have a hunting search for the information that we need, which takes me into the next matter. I think it's important that the Warrant articles that passed last year that I did kind of resurface, and you guys put your work into making sure that we achieve those for renters. And it's important because property managers are also suffering because they don't have accessibility to town things that they need in order to make it feasible for renters themselves. And again, this takes me back to the landlord on Spruce Street, where she doesn't have accessibility to the transfer station because she doesn't live here. Well, she might not live in Acton, but she's doing the best that she can as a property manager to help her renters. And I think it's important that we start incorporating property managers having access, and of course restrictions might be created, but they need access, they need help, especially this property manager over at Spruce Street. While the Human Services Department committee is not in works because we need more members, it takes me back to thinking that, we were working on creating a booklet with all the information that, anybody in town needs, not just renters. And I had the idea that maybe we could create an extra tab on our town website with all that information so that our residents don't have to wait for the Human Services Committee to meet up again and start working on this again. There's plenty of information out there, but if we put it on the town website, it can save a lot of, searching, because it's right there for you. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. And for those that saw Dean wave this sheet, he waves a yellow sign when it's 2 minutes and a red sign when it's 3 minutes, just so you know how the time is going. Is there anybody else who has resident concerns?
Greg Charbo, 5 Cherokee Road, also the rookie member of the Finance Committee. So I'm not sure if this was a hazing attempt at the new guy, but at the end of our last meeting, I was asked to bring to the attention of the Select Board the fact that if you go to our part of the website, you will see a link that says the FinCom position on the 2024 override. If you click on it, you will see a PowerPoint presentation from 2022 that says we oppose the override. And as you know, the Finance Committee has not voted on this year's budget yet. We're going to do that soon, but not yet. So we have a situation where the information on the town website is out of date. Now, we're not trying to disappear anything that's an official record. If it belongs there, it belongs there. But the link should at least indicate that it is the 2022 presentation, not the current one.
Thanks so much, Greg. Are there other resident concerns? Is there anyone online? No, okay. Now I pause while I look at my agenda and understand what's next. Okay, the next thing on the agenda is called Chair Update, Town Manager Update, and Member Minute. Apologies in advance, this one has a lot of details. This agenda is focused on financial matters and items that might appear on the 2024 Annual Town Meeting warrant. To be able to get through all these items at a reasonable time, I'll be using the same techniques that worked at the last meeting, including requesting clear introductions to each item that describe what decisions are to be made, limiting public comment to 3 minutes or less per person per item, moving on from agenda items that are taking unexpectedly long by being clear on what is still to be discussed or decided at a future meeting, and asking the clerk to alert me when we get to an end of an agenda item and it's past 10 p.m. so that we can have a brief discussion about prioritizing the remaining items. And I wanted to make some comments on upcoming agenda items. If board members or members of the public have any comments on these or comments on agenda items that you think should be on this list but aren't, please send them to manager@actonma.gov so that we can integrate your thoughts as we plan future agendas. Okay, here's a list. Priorities for state legislative action will possibly be on as early as our next meeting, February 26th. Putting this off until February 26th does have the side effect of missing the deadline for bills to emerge from committees. So we will only be discussing bills that survive that process. One select board member has sent me 3 bills for us to consider. I'll be looking into getting some of our legislative delegation there at that meeting if possible. If anyone has additional bills we should consider supporting, please send the bill number and a short explanation of why we should support it to manager@actonma.gov. 2, a proposed update to our 2018 environmental sustainability policy is still under development by the Sustainability Working Group, which has reps from the Green Advisory Board, Green Acton, and staff. An update on the use of our remaining ARPA funds is coming. An update on how we're doing on the select board goals is ready when we have time. Talking about Hanscom Airport jet expansion will come back after the draft environmental impact report is released. Some requests from Marty Benson and related concerns from select board members expressed at our meetings is waiting on finding a time for me to talk with Marty Benson. Indigenous Peoples' Day discussions are waiting on upcoming conversations with local Indigenous leaders being set up by our DEI director. When we have time, I'd like to review how we use Zoom for select board meetings and whether we would like to explore any changes. When planning staff are ready, before we have our annual goal setting, we will have a report and a discussion of the current status of the action items of the Acton 2020 plan. A draft traffic calming policy is in the middle of staff and Transportation Advisory Committee review. And finally, a document is under development with the planning staff, the planning board chair, and the select board liaison to planning, that's me, to describe the public's role in Acton planning. That's it. Manager update?
Hello, everyone. I wanted to mention that the planning team is working on a couple things this week, and I want to make sure that you're all aware of them. One is a survey that went out today related to Great Road, automobile zoning. Other things that to keep track of are that on Tuesday of next week from 6 to 7, they'll be presenting the proposed zoning for the Powder Mill corridor. Here, I believe here in this room, or perhaps it's virtual, I can confirm that if anyone has questions. And check out the website for additional updates and the Municipal Monthly. I also wanted to mention that one of my favorite things to do is to do a program at the Senior Center called Java with John, and we'll be doing another one later this month, which didn't make the COA calendar. So they asked me to help spread the word. It's the 16th at 9:45 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Member updates? Dean?
Just an update, the Acton 250 Committee is continuing to sponsor programs. We had Professor Joseph Adelman in this room last week talking about newspaper publishing in the colonial era, and some great parallels were drawn between that and the effort with the Acton Exchange. We'll be continuing our speaker program about every 2 months. We'll have a speaker here. We're also doing some tours, and we've got some really exciting merchandising ideas that are about to roll out as well. So, and we're continuing to coordinate with some of the neighboring towns. So 250 Committee is quite busy. Thank you.
Thank you. David?
Yes, I'd just like to say that at their last meeting, the school committee was presented with their A budget. That's the budget that is $2 million down in Acton assessment from the level services budget originally presented by the superintendent. If you want details on that, oh, and also that budget fits within, we're going to be talking about this a little bit later, the recommendation for an override from ALG. If you want details on that budget, there's considerable information on abschools.org.
Thank you. Alyssa?
Thank you. I'll just add on to that the school committee will be holding their budget workshop, their Saturday workshop, and it's open to the public this Saturday, February 10th at the administration building from like 8:30 to 3:30. It's going to be a long day. This past Saturday, the 3rd, the Acton Police hosted the 2nd annual Polar Plunge, and I went to watch it. It was a lot of fun. It's a partnership between, I'm not even going to name the organization, but it's a partnership between the law enforcement and Special Olympics. So they raised $21,000 to support Special Olympics athletes in Massachusetts. And folks might be interested in a virtual update. Representative Cataldo announced this on his social media next Tuesday, the 13th, and also Tuesday, the 20th at 6 p.m., the identical information, so you only need to attend one of those. It's an update from the Route 2 corridor study group, so they're going to be talking about improvements to Route 2, not just here in Acton and next door in Concord and at the Rotary, but all along Route 2. So to register for that workshop, you need to go to the state website, mass.gov, and I tried to search by entering Route 2 corridor study, and it came up with a link, but if you can't find it with a search, go to Highway Division Events, and they will be taking public comment and questions after the presentations.
Thanks. Fran? No, okay. Now we have a couple of public hearings. So I'm going to read something. Notice is hereby given under Chapter 138, Section 15 of the General Laws that the Select Board will hold a public hearing on February 6, 2023 at 7:10 p.m. or later in the Francis Faulkner Hearing Room, 204, Acton Town Hall, and remotely by video conference and call-in on the application of RBSBW for a change in manager from Kevin Fry to John McCarthy for a beer and wine license as a common vittler at 387 Mass Ave, Acton. Is it possible we have someone either in the room or online who's an applicant who can speak to this? Great.
Unfortunately, I think that's old information. John McCarthy was the former manager, and I'm David Ordway, the new manager.
Oh, okay. So we have that swapped?
That was the last time they were.
Oh, okay. Okay. So we put the wrong announcement out. So the new manager is?
Myself.
Great. And are there been any Changes in the beer and wine operation at Roche Brothers? Remember approving the license to have you go ahead and sell beer and wine, and it seems like it's been a great success. I was wondering about your perspective on that.
Well, I've only been there since Thanksgiving. It seems to be doing really well, especially during the holidays, of course. But no big changes, just a change in manager.
Okay. And are there any questions or comments first from board members? No? Any comments from the public? This is a public hearing. No, okay. Oh, David.
Can I just absolutely double check here, because we're going to have to just say that we amend this or something. The change is being made from John McCarthy to Kevin Fry.
No, from John McCarthy to David Ordway.
Can you spell your last name?
ORDWAY.
Great, thank you.
So it's completely wrong.
Yes, well, the only thing that's right is the name John McCarthy, but he is the previous manager. John?
I just wanted to check with Lisa. Can we proceed, or do we need to regroup here? If this information wasn't presented in any form to anyone until just a few minutes ago, it seems like we may need to continue this or redo this.
That's a good question.
That would be my recommendation.
Yeah, I would say to be safe, we probably want to notice it correctly.
Okay, so we made a mistake. We didn't notice it correctly,
Not a
and we'd
problem.
like to do that before we make the formal change.
Certainly.
Okay, Lisa will be in touch with a date.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Can we, before you go, I think we have to continue this hearing until a time certain. And so can you suggest a certain time?
Yes, 7:10 on 2/26.
So, Mr. Chair, I move that we continue this hearing until July, 7/10, 3/10?
February 26th.
Sorry. Yeah, I move that we continue this hearing till February 26th at 7:10 PM in this room.
Second.
Okay, my only question about that is if we're changing the words of the hearing, is this really a continuation, or are we going to open a new hearing with updated information? Continue. Okay, great. So we've got a motion and a second to continue the hearing to February 26th at 7:10. Any comments on that? No? All those in favor, please say something affirmative.
Aye.
Yes. Okay, that's unanimous. We'll be back. Here's the next public hearing. Under MGL 140, Section 58, the Acton Select Board will hold a public hearing on February 5th, 2024 at 7:20 PM in the Francis Faulkner Hearing Room, 204, Acton Town Hall, 472 Main Street, and by video conference and call-in for a Class II auto dealer's license for R. Santilli Automotive Group located at 30 Main Street, Acton. And I think a little while ago, we weren't sure if the applicant was going to be here to speak to this. Is there anyone online or in the room who can speak to this?
There's one person with their hand up.
Oh, great. Let's find out if that's the applicant. So let's allow the person to speak who's got their hand raised.
Hello?
Hello.
I'm sorry, this is Jim Sperber from RBDSC for the last thing that, for the Roach Brothers manager. I've been trying to get online. I'd raised my hand for that.
Oh, I'm so sorry that we missed you.
Yeah, me too.
If you want to have something, you're welcome to say something. I will say that if you want it to be part of the official hearing, you'll want to wait till the 26th, but I want to give you a chance to say something now.
Well, I do believe that unless you posted the wrong notice, which was from a year ago, and I didn't catch that, but it seems to me, and Lisa can confirm this, that the notice was from John McCarthy to David Ordway, and I'm just wondering if you guys had pulled the wrong the wrong notice or letter, or the last notice.
Well, let's check with Lisa. So I just had this piece of paper that mentioned this, but is it also, is the official notice also wrong? No. Wow.
So is David still there? I'm sorry, I'm online, but, you know, if we could avoid another hearing and just do this, redo this. I don't know if David's still in the room. I can't see now.
No, he's not.
No, he's not. Are there, so it seems like what might be in order would be a motion to reconsider this continuation or, and to reopen the public hearing right now? Is that a motion that someone would like to construct?
I apologize that I didn't catch this earlier, but I believe we need to proceed to do this next time. My apologies to RB, to Roche Brothers.
Well, I take very seriously when the town manager has an opinion about the process here, so I'm afraid we're going to need to wait. I'm very sorry for the confusion.
Me too. Thank you. Could you just tell me again when the next hearing would be?
It's on February 26th at 7:10 PM, or perhaps later, but not earlier.
Okay, thanks very much.
Yep.
Have a good evening. Bye.
Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye.
Is there a chance if it needs to happen sooner, can we have a special? No.
No emergency here. Okay. I think I was in the middle of reading the hearing notice for the next hearing. In fact, I finished it. So, do we have
It
anybody?
doesn't appear that the applicant is in the audience virtually or physically.
Okay, then I would propose that, did we actually take a vote on opening the hearing, or did I just read the notice?
You just declare it to be open.
Oh, right, okay. So it seems like what I want to do, and I'm checking around my fellow board members and my manager, is I want to open it and then close it, and then we will reconsider this at some future date when we actually have an applicant who's able to show up at some time. Does that seem like the right process here? Well, David thinks so, and there's blank looks elsewhere, so let's do that.
You know, they don't
I'm just asking if the applicant needs to be here. This is a new application because they missed the deadline, but it would have been a renewal on the very, very long list of renewals we had at a previous meeting.
If there are indeed no questions from board members or from the audience, then I'd be happy to consider it.
I'm inclined to do that, just in case there was confusion about whether or not this applicant needed to be in person, because none of the other applicants that renewed licenses needed to be present.
Okay, I'm looking over to Lisa, our specialist in these things. Is it okay if we don't have questions to proceed to, have a vote? Yeah, okay, great. Then, are there any questions or comments about this application? No? Any questions or comments from the audience? No, then I would happily entertain a motion to approve this license. David?
I move to approve a Class 2 auto dealer license for R. Santilli Automotive Group at 30 Main Street.
Great, second?
Second.
Okay, Fran seconds. Any more comments? No, all those in favor, please be affirmative. Yes?
Yes.
Aye.
Okay, that's affirmative all the way around. That's been approved. Okay, that was a little odd, but we got through it. Okay, now to our new special business. I'm going to give a brief Acton Leadership Group update. Then we're going to go to item 6 and hear the manager present the FY 2025B budget. And then we're going to go back and discuss next steps in regards to operational budget override, because I think that the information that the manager is going to provide is really important background for our discussion. Okay, ALG update. So the ALG has reached unanimity on recommending an override amount of $6.6 million. It's the select board, it's this board here that actually puts that item on a ballot. So either at this meeting or at a future meeting, and we'll discuss that soon, we would be voting on whether we want to have an override of that amount. Just to give people a little bit of context, and John covers some of this in more detail, without an override, the increase in the amount we can levy in taxes is a tad over 2.5%, 2.5% plus the amount we predict for new growth. So 3 point something, which looks like about roughly, more than 3 million, less than 4 million. So that's with no override. The proposal to add an override of $6.6 million increases the amount that our tax levy can go up from that 3 million or so to more like a 9.8 or so. And there's some tricky accounting here because you have to look at the use of other sources of funds, the overrides that we've already approved for capital projects. So I'm rounding the numbers a little bit, and I encourage you to look at the Acton Leadership Group folder in DocuShare if you want to get all the details. What the Acton Leadership Group did not agree on was the exact budget amounts for each entity, the school and the town. Now, it is true that that $6.6 million was based on revised budgets and revised assessment amounts presented by the schools and the town. Just adding those up is where we got the $6.6 million. But we haven't reached agreement on exactly the allocation between town and schools. The other thing we had talked about earlier was the notion of having a larger override so that we would be prepared for the ongoing roller coaster of the next couple of years. We decided not to increase the amount of the override in our recommendation for two reasons, I would say. First is that we want to keep the override as low as possible. Voters are looking at very high tax bills already, and we don't want to create so much pain for them. We want to minimize the pain while still allowing the schools in the town to proceed without damage to their operations. There's also the notion that there are still a lot of unknowns about what the next few years will bring. So trying to guess an appropriate amount for that extra money is very difficult at this point. For example, health insurance, which is one of the things that blew up in the last few months that caused us to have this urgent override conversation, there is now great progress being made about the future of the town of Acton and the school's health insurance. And if those conversations go in the right direction, we could be saving significant money, and maybe we don't need a whole lot of extra money in future years. Maybe the 3% or so that's provided under Prop 2.5 without an override will be enough. But we don't know that yet. The other thing we recognize is that it would be disingenuous to promise that there would be no overrides in the next few years because, for one thing, we do know there's a capital override undoubtedly coming. It's certainly for the DPW building and possibly for school construction. I think that's the basics I wanted to provide. It could be that John or David, who have been at these meetings, have further context they want to add, and then I'd like to move to the B budget presentation. David.
Yes, I just wanted to define, especially A and B for folks. This year, both the school committee and the select board asked the superintendent and the town manager to produce level services budgets. So that's the top, and that doesn't have a letter associated with it. Then we each asked our respective entities, the school committee asked the superintendent to produce a budget that would reduce Acton's assessment by $2 million. And we, the select board, asked the town manager to produce a budget that was less than his level of services budget by at least $1 million. That's what we're calling the A budget. So it's less, the top was with the original level services, kind of middle is the A budget. The A budget is also the basis for the $6.6 million override that the ALG has now had consensus on, which Jim mentioned just a minute ago. The B budget is if that override doesn't pass. So the override B is a ballot question. It'll be along with, where you elect new school committee and select board members on April 30th. There'll be a ballot question once the select board votes for that. They're also for that override. So I hope I was clear. So the B budget, which John is about to present, is the budget we would use if the override did not pass.
And after John's presentation, I'll accept both comments and questions from the select board and from the public.
Okay, looks like I'm up. So thank you. I'm calling this the presentation of the alternative FY25 budget and capital plan, also known as the B budget. And so we just wanted to provide an update on basically what you all just went through, so we can just fly through that one. The health insurance, though, is something that we're still working on. We have a meeting tomorrow. Hopefully we'll make progress. It's a little optimistic to think that we'd have changes effective in FY25, but we'll try anyways. And at a minimum, we'll hopefully have some changes in place for FY26 to reduce the burden going forward. This is the 7th time that we've presented a version of the budget this season, which I enjoy. I'll do it every month if you want me to. It's what I like to do. But it's pretty unique in terms of how we've been doing things the last few years. Every one of the presentations that we've given represented a reduction and a change, and all of those changes and reductions were based on feedback that we received from all of you, from the public, from the finance committee, and other folks. And so this budget that we're going to go through tonight is the 7th iteration of that. And so just to explain a little bit about how we've traveled from October to now, the departments all submitted their requests to me, which is what we do every summer. And they submitted their requests to me, and they said that we need $41.5 million to run the town next year. And I said, okay, that's a lot. We'll see if we can refine that a little bit and go to $40.75 million and say, this is our level services. It's still more than I think we can afford, but it's what we need to run the town next year. Then the board asked me to come back with a reduction from that, which we're calling the A budget. And then here we are tonight, talking about a B budget, which is basically $2.5 million less than what the department said that they needed to run the town next year for operations. As mentioned, A budget is what we pursue at town meeting if the voters pass the ballot initiative. B would be what we bring forward if there is no override. And each of there's several things that I'm going to go through each of these things throughout the presentation. The first one we'll cover is subsidy reductions, and then I'll cover the rest of them in each title. Subsidy reductions is something that are a little bit challenging. These are support that we give to our enterprise funds, and every year since I've been here, we've provided a subsidy to those enterprises to make sure that they stay afloat and that they are able to run the operations that we ask them to run. So cutting them would impact them, but cutting them also gives them a chance to potentially make up for it through other means. But in any event, in the A budget, we've reduced the subsidies to the fire department by reducing one position. And in the B budget, we need to decide to either reduce another position or make a big change to the transportation subsidy, because we need to cut about $100,000 more from subsidies to make this B budget work. I wanted to start with that as sort of a context of, this is one of the main questions that I have for the board tonight, and the rest of it, I'll go through just to give you context to how that decision's been challenging for me so far. Thank you. So, when I said the departments asked for funding to run the town next year, included in that ask were things like a fire prevention officer, more supervision for a relatively new police department, which I thought was a good idea, assistant rec director to help with all the great things we're doing in recreation, and an office manager for operations, which we certainly could use. Those things didn't make the level services budget. And on the next page, I went through the several departments where we actually made cuts in positions in the A budget. The B budget that you're looking at tonight furthers those cuts, and I'll explain why in more detail on the next page. So the finance department, there's two positions there, the town manager's office, a position there. The major changes from the last time you saw this list were that last time the libraries were getting $25,000 cut in staffing hours. Now that number's up to $55,000. So that would result in reduced number of hours open to the public. And I'd let the library director and trustees decide exactly which hours. It may be Sundays, but that's not something that, it's not my decision. Other things that changed from the A budget were, in this budget, we're cutting the overtime that we allot for public safety staff to staff town events, like the 4th of July. That costs us close to $30,000 alone, but we also provide details and pay for them by the town to support other town events. And so the B budget would cut that, which essentially would mean that we wouldn't have the staffing support for the 4th of July unless I'm directed to make it happen otherwise. In nursing, we cut another part-time position, and in the town clerk's office, we're reducing funding for election workers. And then so in addition to staffing reductions, we've also made several expense reductions, which I outline in the following pages. The bigger ones that are new from last time are we've increased the cut to contracted services to most of these departments, professional development, celebrations. I already mentioned fireworks earlier. In the A budget, we move fireworks out of the operating budget into free cash. In this budget, we then cut it entirely. So that's a big difference. And on the next page, it goes into more detail about some of the smaller cuts, but we really had to work hard to get to a number. And some of these things are small, but they're actually things that were new and we wanted to try to advance, like archaeological reviews from the new archaeological bylaw. We can't support adding new things if we're trying to cut this thing down. So that's an example of something that we wish we could do, but it didn't make the list. Flu vaccines, we're getting out of the flu vaccine business, and this is expediting that, this cut. Newsletter for the Council on Aging, that's kind of a big deal to them. $10,000 isn't a big number, but for their budget, it's actually a lot, and it would really impact their ability to distribute the newsletter the way that they want to. As mentioned in the last budget, we've also shifted funding to other sources to try to take pressure off the operating budget. And we've proposed offsets to do the same thing, to be able to still spend the money and provide the services, but actually have another revenue source to offset the taxpayer investment in these services. So the OPEB trust is on the agenda later tonight, and if you support that, that'll help with this goal. The cemetery trustees met earlier this month, and they agreed to the proposal to use $50,000 from their trust to help support cemetery operations as an offset. We haven't had the conversation with the Conservation Commission yet, but that's something that we're working on. So overall, the goal was to hit 3% of an increase in the operating budget, and the cuts I just outlined achieved that goal in operations. So now I'll move to capital. In capital, we presented in early December the capital improvement plan, which outlined $17 million worth of needed investments in 31 different projects. The town manager's budget that we presented a few weeks later said, okay, we're proposing to do 9 of those and invest $7.7 million. The A budget we saw a few weeks ago shifted that around a little bit and reduced the total investment in general fund dollars in FY25. And this B budget still makes a pretty substantial investment in capital, but it is less, certainly less than what was proposed initially. And the specific changes in what we're proposing to borrow would be taking out the project where we do the Prospect Street intersection and the Great Road sidewalks as part of Complete Streets improvements. So that if we take that off the docket, it reduces the borrowing costs for this year. In the free cash investments, we would reduce traffic calming and sidewalks down to $50,000. We'd reduce fleet replacement program for the police down to $120,000. We'd cut facility study priorities in half. We'd cut the cyclical data collection basically in half. And we'd cut out the 4th of July funding. So the total increase in capital is $966,000. Thank you. And we also are talking about alternative revenue proposals. If we use capital stabilization fund to offset some of the borrowing costs, we could reduce the amount that we need to borrow. And if we do not have an override with additional revenue, and we are trying to do a lot next year and going forward, using the capital stabilization is something that I'm asking the board to consider. It's something that I think it was set up for, is to stabilize how we invest in capital. And so that would be one consideration. The other ones we've already discussed. So here it is, the B budget. As I mentioned, the operations increased exactly 3%. When you combine in the capital, the total increase in spending is actually 3.7%. But there are a few things that we're working on that could potentially get that down lower to 3% that aren't ready to be discussed tonight. And we certainly could adjust the capital plan if needed, if the board asked us to. So the purpose of presenting all this tonight, actually we have more to say, the next steps. This is the big slide. This is the important slide that I'm looking for input and support. So we need to finalize the subsidy reductions, how we want to approach subsidies next year. That was earlier, slide 7. We want to finalize plans for sharing this DPW fuel facility. We have a few partners that use that facility and rely on it. So I think there's an opportunity to do some cost sharing. Plans just need to be finalized. Once finalized, they would actually reduce the amount of capital that we need in FY25 if we're able to get that commitment. We also need to update capital based on what the board wants and what ALG thinks and what we're looking at for reserve use. And finally, I'd like to come back to your meeting on the 26th or sooner if you need me to with final recommended A and B budgets for the board to consider adopting. And that way you can fulfill your responsibility to adopt a budget that gets transmitted to Finance Committee. It'll have to be an A and B, so it'll have to be basically 2 budgets or 1 budget and then a deduct, which would be the B budget. And we can do that hopefully on the 26th. If not, we can schedule another meeting. And then the next steps would be to finalize the override ballot question and make sure we get that on the ballot before it needs to go to print. And work on the town meeting articles, which we've already started. So that's where we're at in the budget process. And just to give you a sense of these timelines, ALG meets again Monday morning. Your meeting's on the 26th. And the deadlines for the printing the ballot are the 28th. The deadline for printing of the warrant is April 16th. And so we have about a month and a half to sort all this out before it goes to print.
Thanks so much, John. Who knows how many more budgets you'll have to present, but this was a good one. I know there's going to be questions or comments from the board and potentially from the public. I want to focus board members on a few topics that seem particularly urgent. The first is to hear from everyone about whether this proposed $6.6 million override seems sane. Is it about the right amount? Is this the way we should continue to proceed? So that's one key question I have for folks. And if you're not sure, what are the key questions or concerns you have that would help you understand if 6.6 million was the right number? The other thing I want to bring to your attention is, and get your feedback on, is John has listened a number of times to feedback from us on the importance of various capital items. And he has attempted to roll that into both the A and B budgets. But if there are capital items that you see missing that you think are critical, or if you see capital items on there that are not critical, that you feel like, oh, if we didn't do that, maybe we could do something else that's more important, that would be great to know about either at this meeting or very soon so we can finalize that budget. Sort of a technical question is if anyone has any concerns or questions about the use of the Capital Stabilization Fund. Yeah, plus, any other questions or comments you have, but I just wanted to make sure to bring your attention to those three topics. Would anybody like to speak to either the amount of the override or the capital items or the use of the Capital Stabilization Fund or anything else? David?
Do you want to take this one topic at a time or all topics?
I think I'd like to hear from each board member on whatever they have to say.
On all topics?
Yes.
Okay, and can I ask questions as well?
Please.
I think my only question on the subsidies is, what is the current assumption in the budget? Is the current assumption that there's a $100,000 reduction in subsidies to one of those two places? And we just haven't decided which one?
That's correct, yeah. So the A budget reduces the subsidies by 87,000, and then the B budget reduces it another 100 from that. So, and the number that's presented on that last slide is a reduction of 100,000. It just doesn't specify where. It's an or.
I understand. For the second impact shift, firefighter, paramedic, is it possible that that's a penny wise and pound foolish thing? In other words, if we're using that hire to potentially cover overtime, shifts that would other be overtime, is it possible that if we reduce that subsidy, that we would actually get increases in charges for overtime in the fire department?
I think if we were fully, I think the plan for the impact shift is to better provide services to the community, and to not have it would be differing from that plan. And I think part of that plan is to make sure that we're not paying overtime when we don't need to. There are several factors that create overtime. Having this resource in the department would be one factor that helps prevent that from happening. So the challenge we've had, and the reason that the impact shift was proposed and approved a few years ago and hasn't been filled yet, is that we've been having trouble just filling the regular positions that we have in the department because of turnover, because of the way the paramedic industry has changed. And so I think we're building some momentum right now. And so I'm hopeful that we're about to solve that problem. That's why it's a deep cut for me in the B budget that I wasn't comfortable just saying. I wanted to make sure that that's what we really wanted to do.
Yes, I understand. Given that information, I think I would recommend taking the $100,000 subsidy from the ambulance fund. That leaves $290 $1,000 subsidy for that fund, and I know that it takes out the other impact shift paramedic, and that's not, wouldn't be what I would want to do, but I think there's a larger impact to the transportation fund by the $100,000. So that would be my initial feedback. For the capital spending thing, I think I'm not happy about the things that were cut, but I think the town manager did a very good job fitting things in here for kind of what we had to do. I know that some members of the Finance Committee think that we should spend down free cash more on the B budget. I don't really see that. I think if the voters vote down the override, they're not asking us to spend every last dollar of free cash that we can. So I would not be in favor of spending down free cash more. Also, I think with, again, assuming that no override happened, we would be in such a tight budget situation that we would have very little turnbacks for the next couple of years and free cash wouldn't be replenished. And so I think spending it all on the first year is, in that circumstance, is not good. If we absolutely had to do this, to spend down free cash, I would recommend not borrowing for the bridge and culvert work and just paying for it. That would make the town manager's budget much higher in terms of a percentage, but would spend down free cash. It also has the advantage that there'd be no debt service for 30 years to pay that off, right? Because we'd be paying that off in the beginning. I'm not saying that that's what I would recommend. I just said if, in general, I'm happy with the about $1 million free cash spending that the town manager is recommending in the B budget, if the B budget is the one that voters approve. I think that the $6.6 million override is a reasonable number considering all points of view. I would have, if it was just me, suggested that we have a little bit larger override and not spend it, just to give us a little bit of headroom and so that we don't face a brick wall in upcoming years. But that wasn't the majority opinion, and I think that the $6.6 million override is a reasonable number that will prevent harm to our town and schools. So the B budget is definitely harmful to both entities, but the A budget is, I think, although painful, prevents harm to either entity. So I think that covers all the things I wanted to cover.
Thank you, David. And I just wanted to appreciate your presence at the ALG, since you've come at it with, what now, 3 years or 4 years on the ALG? You've put a lot of time in, and I really appreciate the level of experience and thinking you bring to it. Other comments and questions from select board members about the amount of the override and capital items, et cetera?
First, I have a question for David. When you're saying spend down free cash, are you using that interchangeably with capital stabilization? Because I didn't hear you mention that.
Oh, thank you. I would prefer not to use capital stabilization this year. I think there are upcoming opportunities to use it. I think that we can't decide on that this year. It's too complicated already. The free cash is just because this year happens to be a particular robust year for free cash. We had, the town manager had a large turnback last year, and for other reasons, other money freed up and fell into free cash. And so the recommended floor of free cash from the Finance Committee is 3% of the budget. What the town manager is recommending for the B budget is, well, what we have that is about $2 million, a little bit more, but let's just call it $2 million above that floor. The town manager is recommending in the B budget, spending about $1 million worth of that. That leaves us still $1 million above the floor. If it was the opinion of this board and the finance committee and everybody together that we spend that down more, like I said, we could spend we could buy outright the bridge and culvert work instead of borrowing for it.
So I'll continue. Thank you, David. So the 6.6 million is a reasonable amount in my estimation. I don't think that we should increase that at all, considering that you've got consensus on ALG from school committee and finance committee as well. I was going to say that I would be comfortable spending capital stabilization funds if that's what it's meant to be spent on, but with the note that there are upcoming expenditures in future years, I am comfortable more with spending down the free cash. If FinCom is telling us to spend money, that's a rarity, and I think we should do it. So spending it down to the floor that they're comfortable with. Right, Greg? I'm really unhappy with this B budget because, we already have taken away things from the A budget and we can do it. I mean, this B budget shows that we can operate the town within Prop 2.5, those restrictions. However, it's not going to be the same town because there are things that are taken away from residents, like library hours, 4th of July celebrations, access to vans for residents who don't have cars or who cannot drive, nursing staff. So I think that people need to understand that with this B budget, in the event that an override doesn't pass, there will be significant changes to things will be taken away that people count on. So that brings me to the subsidy choice. And when I was looking at this before the meeting, I was thinking, oh, well, of course, we need to, it's not a great choice to try and decide between transportation and public safety with the impact shift. So my initial thought was we need to not cut the subsidy for the impact shift because that's a public safety issue. It's also, I think, a huge impact on the staff. If we, it's not just dollars that we're spending in overtime, it's people working overtime. And, maybe that's great to a certain extent because you have a little bit more money in your paycheck, but it also, if it's overused because we don't have relief and someone else to come cover those shifts, then I think that can cause burnout, which is not great, especially, in any sort of medical or public safety career. We don't want that. I guess I have one question of why it would need to be $100,000 from transportation or from fire. Is that because that figure, 100,000, includes both the salary and the benefits? And so it's just, that's the figure for one single position?
Well, honestly, we looked everywhere within the budget, and we got to a point where we needed 100,000 more. And to go further in other budgets, I think it was a choice that I think makes sense to focus on because it is a subsidy, as I mentioned earlier. There is an opportunity to generate revenue and not need the subsidy, which is always the goal in the first place. Mm-hmm. So it's not like cutting something and it's going to go away forever. There is an opportunity to potentially bring these things back if we can generate revenue in other ways. So it's good in that way for something to cut, whereas if you cut something else, it's never coming back in most cases. So that's part of the rationale for why that $100,000 is sort of the last one. And I needed to hit the 3% target. If you say we're good with 3% plus 100,000, then then that's it. Then there's nothing to talk about. But I was just trying to meet the directive to hit the 3% target.
All right, well, I think the priority is public safety. And if there are avenues for funding from another source or bringing in additional revenue, but I would much rather keep them both, because I think they're both critical.
Thank you, Alyssa. Fran or Dean?
This is not fun. And I'm in agreement with a $6.6 million dollar override amount. And I think that that's where we should be focusing our conversation. I think we need to, cross over the threshold and realize that that's what we're faced with and start working on that. I thank John so much for all of the budgets you prepared. This B budget is totally depressing. I just wanted to ask, under staff reductions, are those actual filled positions at this point, or are they vacant positions?
No, we focused on positions that are currently vacant.
Just vacant?
Yes.
Okay, so that is awesome. And I agree with Alyssa in the subsidy reductions. I mean, I can't make a choice between those two. And this is just truly bare bones, so.
Thank you. Dean?
Yeah, earlier in your presentation, I believe you said that ALG has not yet determined what the split is going to be on the 6.6. So I think, for myself, I'm going to withhold judgment on whether 6.6 is the right number until I hear, I want to see all the details. I want to know what the split's going to be. And that will certainly color my decision-making process. I think with what the town manager has presented with us, I very much agree with David on the issue of the capital. I think it's I hate to see that we're giving up, at least temporarily, on the intersection improvements at Prospect and Main and some of the other work we want to do, but I think looking at what's left is probably more important than what we're losing, so I agree with the town manager on that recommended cut. And I think it's a painful decision between ambulance and transportation, but I think I would lean towards preserving as much capacity in ambulance as possible to the detriment of transportation.
Thank you, Dean. My thoughts. Yeah, 6.6 million still feels right. And I look forward to the ALG getting more into the details of the split. It is, my initial position is to keep the split the same as the method that was used to come up with these numbers. That we were presented revised budgets by both the town and the schools, and those numbers added up to 6.6. So why would we shift it from there? They were both, cut down revised budgets that are livable. And I think more than that would be a challenge for either entity. The other question, or the other statement I had was, in terms of the swing shifts and the impact shifts, these are positions which are already unfilled. We've had problems getting EMS workers. So for me, I would rather, have another year of surviving the way we're surviving on the transportation side by removing these positions that haven't been filled in a long time. But keep the subsidy up to transportation. The transportation program is, helps people every day from getting to, getting from where they live if they don't have cars to shopping and medical appointments. I think it's critical that it continue. And I think that we made a priority for improving the transportation program, understanding that it's been, relatively, not entirely, but relatively neglected. It's the programs, other than the reviving the taxi program, which I think is a great idea, have stayed fairly static. And if we're going to make changes and improvements that require rearranging things, we need the slack to be able to do that, to make the transitions. They're going to eventually, bring down the cost, the per ride cost, which is in some cases too high now. We're going to need to invest in different vehicles and different ways of thinking about transportation in order to bring those costs down. So I'd prefer to keep that the subsidy alive as much as possible. The only other comment I had was that I would love to sit down with you, John, in the near future. And this presentation is hard to follow for people that aren't into the guts of budgeting. And I'd love to develop with you a sort of bullet pointed description of the difference between the A budget and the B budget, which will be really helpful for us in explaining this to people. Finally, I wanted to mention that there is now a group that has come together and filed for status as a warrant article committee. They can be reached at togetherforacton.org. And you can, volunteer there or get information there. And they're the ones who are going to be doing the heavy lifting of doing a lot of the education and, public meetings and trying to, help get people to the polls. That was all I had. Thanks so much. Any final comments, John, before we move on?
Sure, I think the focus of this presentation was the B budget. And as I mentioned, my hope would be able to come back at your next meeting with the final list of the B and the A budget once I have your feedback, if there's any further feedback. Otherwise, we can just codify what's been presented. But I didn't want to do that until we had some feedback from the board on how we're looking.
Well, I'm sorry then we're giving you such split advice on the subsidies. Some of us are leaning towards transportation, some of us are leaning towards the fire shift. So I understand that makes it a challenge for you. If you need more structured feedback from us, we can have an extra meeting to wrestle with the details, which whatever's helpful for you in making these last difficult decisions about the B budget.
Well, I think one thing that would be helpful is a target that isn't 3%. Understanding that in a normal year that we weren't talking about an override, the target is always 3% or as close as we can get to it. If there's any sense that the B budget doesn't have to be that precise, that would give us the flexibility that we need to still deliver services in a way that we would in any given year. This happens every year. Every year we go to the end of the budget process and make final adjustments to get something to town meeting that we can afford and that delivers services. And the override discussion has really changed the dynamics of that because we spent a lot of time on A when we usually focus a lot on B. And so I'd like to just do those, so let's spend the next few weeks doing those two together.
Got it. There's a couple more comments and questions from board members, and then there also are residents that have questions and comments. Whose hands did I see up? David?
So as far as the number being above 3%, I'm conscious here of being proportionate with the school system. I think we shouldn't have in the B budget a number that's percentage number that's higher than the school system's number. And I think to get it to fit in the 6.6 million, we may have to come down a little bit and even shave the capital a little bit more. So that's just that. And may I take 2 minutes to just kind of explain the free cash situation?
Please.
So free cash is either money not spent from previous years, and most years, the town manager does not fully spend his budget, turns back money to free cash, or it's tax revenue that came in beyond what was expected. Plus, there's a few more things that can go in there, but those are the two main ones. Turnbacks from, from the previous years and extra tax revenue. Because it's unreliable, though, it goes up and down from year to year. We don't like to spend it on any normal operating expense. Because if we spent it on any normal operating expense, we kind of hit a wall twice, right? We hit a wall in the year that happens, and then we hit a wall the next year, because not only do we have to, come up with the budget in that year, but we kind of have to pay ourselves back in the free cash, right? And so it's not a good financial thing. So we almost always spend that on capital items, and you'll see that every year in the town meeting warrant. And that's because capital items, any non-recurring expense, is something that usually can be postponed a year without any adverse impact, right? If we choose not to buy a dump truck this year and we buy it next year, unless it's, the dump truck stopped working, it'll just be 1 year older next year. Can we do that year after year after year? No. But capital is more flexible. If we chose to spend down free cash this year, it means that we're kind of artificially inflating the percentage that goes to the town, right? Because if we want to take all the remaining free cash and put it into capital items for the town, that would increase the percentage of the towns way above that of the schools. And I think that's not only kind of unfair, but also, spending every last dollar if people don't vote for an override is just another disaster. So I'm not in favor of spending that down. Hopefully, my explanation of free cash was helpful.
Thank you, David. Let's hear from residents. I think there was a couple of hands raised online. Three? So can we hear from those people in any order?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm going to do them on the order in which they raised their hands.
Great.
First is a cough user, who should be able to speak now.
We're not hearing you, Colin. Oh, there we go.
This is mapped out. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, great. Okay, I have 3 questions, and I have some comments depending on the answers to the questions. And the first one is, I may not be the only one that's confused, but are you saying that the choice at the polls would be between A and B?
The choice in the polls would be whether to approve a $6.6 million override or not. If we don't approve the $6.6 million override at the ballot, then what goes to town meeting is the B budget.
Oh, I see. Okay, and so then the 6-point-something budget is the A budget, or is that?
Yes.
Non-letter? Good. Okay, thank you. So it's A-B. All right, thank you. The Hayward Light is in which of these, A or B budgets, or neither?
Neither.
Thank you. Does the B proposal have any open positions?
Does the B proposal have any open positions? Can you say what you mean by that?
So a position that's not filled by a human being currently?
Yes.
An employee. How many positions or how many FTEs?
I'm going to turn to John for that number.
The B budget is reducing approximately 11 positions. Does that answer your question?
To what? Like how many are left? How many are left in the proposal that you gave today, the B proposal?
The total number of FTEs that work in the organization?
No, a number of empty open positions in the B proposal that are not currently filled by a human being.
Well, we have people, we have several positions that are vacant right now, which I suppose could be used to answer your question. We do have, people retire and then they're vacant, and then we fill them, and then someone leaves and it's vacant, so.
That's close enough, thank you. Now my comments. I agree with Dean not to approve any town budget till we agree on the split. I agree with Jim to keep the split the same. The town has suffered on the split for a long time, and the town is the larger part of helping vulnerable people is, I believe, on the town side. Agree with David regarding the free cash artificial weighting and spending down everything. I think that's a terrible risk to engage in. I agree with Jim on transportation, but open to understanding if subsidizing private taxi services over vans is a higher ROI. I don't know. I think we should reduce more open positions before cutting meat from the bone, like library and transportation. I do not see more police as being safer if there are open positions or people retiring. I say either fill them with social workers or don't fill them at all. I believe that the library, the idea of cutting library hours is so if you look at a day.
Tara, I'm so sorry to interrupt. Probably what you can't see is that the 3 minutes have been up. But I want to make sure to get your thoughts, so if you can send them in an email to anything that you weren't able to say, if you can send that to sb@actonma.gov, we'd really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Wait a second, did my comment include the answering of questions? Can I just have 10 more seconds?
10 more seconds, go for it.
Thank you. Library, if you look at how many people are in the library versus how many staff versus town hall where there's lots of staff and no public, I feel like library is more important to keep open. I feel like we should go through the ARPA stuff that was determined so many years ago, and don't cut things that the public depends directly on. Paving, studies, helping developers, stewards should stop while we're in this crisis. Thank you so much, instead of helping people directly. Thank you.
Thanks. And there was a couple other people with hands raised online?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Next up is Martin Benson.
Got it?
Martin, you should be able to speak.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep.
Wonderful, thank you. First, I'd like to point out that the select board never voted to have the town manager draft a B budget with $2.5 million in cuts. Instead, at the last meeting, Mr. Martin said that the town should feel some pain if the override fails. Mr. Martin then requested that Mr. Mangiarotti create this B budget, even though Mr. Martin didn't have the power to do so, as this request needed to be voted on by the board. Without any discussion from the full board, Mr. Martin then submitted this B budget at last week's ALG meeting. This is yet another example of Mr. Martin avoiding the rules in order to push his own agenda. The town should not be required to come up with a B budget that cuts $2.5 million. Unlike the school district, the town has not been financially mismanaged or irresponsible. This B budget leaves job vacancies unfilled, eliminates positions, limits investment opportunities, and cuts services for the purpose of scaring residents into voting for the override. Further, the school district already receives 2/3 of all tax revenue. Furthermore, the town is already picking up the cost of Minuteman tuition. There is simply no reason why the town needs to make these cuts due to the school district's financial mismanagement. Therefore, the select board should reject this new B budget as it has never been voted on. It unfairly punishes the town and is an unnecessary attempt to scare people into voting for the override. There is simply no reason why the B budget should not maintain level funding. Instead of voting tonight, the board should carefully examine what is being cut and the devastating impacts these cuts will have on the town if the override fails. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a third person online?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Corin Hogseth. Corin, you should be able to speak.
Hi, this is Corinne. I have a couple questions. How much free cash would be left after the B budget?
John, can you answer that?
We have approximately 5.9, so this is using $1 million, so it'd be,
About 4.9?
yeah.
Okay. And what's the guide? I understand and totally appreciate the discipline, David, that you were talking about not using it for ongoing operations. But were the town employees to go into the GIC, there could probably be savings realized in the second half of FY '25 that could maybe backfill any money that had to be taken out of free cash. You know, that's just a thought. I also agree with something that Mr. Benson just said, that I do feel like going heavy after public safety is a way to scare town residents into supporting this override. And yet you're prioritizing a DEI position over firefighters. I think you could find another $100,000 if you really look. Thank you.
Thanks. There might be residents in the room that have comments.
Ann Chang, South Acton Swamps. In the A budget, John, you cut $25,000 from the library. Isn't that true? And in this one, you're cutting $55,000. I'm wondering about the MAR. The municipal appropriations requirement.
In order to get state aid from the State Library Association, you need to meet a certain minimum requirement investment in our libraries. We haven't done the analysis to determine whether this would be problematic. I suspect that we would still be okay, but that's certainly something we could double check.
Well, before you cut the $55,000, I would triple check it, please, because it would be sort of catastrophic if we had to be decertified because we didn't reach our MAR. And I know I should be, it's not that I'm only interested in the libraries, it's just that I have to speak for the libraries.
Thank you so much.
Greg Charbo, Finance Committee again. I know we are focused on the immediate future because it's coming on us, but I'd like to ask a question about a year from now. One of the questions that I've been asked that I don't really have a clear answer to that I'd like to share with this board is if we had ranked choice voting, which town meeting voted for last year. It is currently before the legislature. I believe the hearings are actually this week. Would it be possible to present to town ABC budgets? In other words, is that mechanism a way that we seem to have a lot of opinions about level funding, cutting this deep, cutting deeper, cutting that versus something else? Is that something a year from now that is a possibility?
Great question, thank you. I know that the RCV voting has a delay built into it, so I know it wouldn't be applicable for this election, even if it did pass the legislature, but it's a great question about what happens in the future. So thank you.
Hi, Scott Smyers, Central Street. Earlier in the discussion, Mr. Snyder Grant, I think you said there was an organization that was going to be getting the word out about the override. What was that again?
Togetherforacton.org.
Okay. And what's their purpose? They're trying to help with the override? Is that what it is? Okay. So are you campaigning for them? Is that, I've heard of these training for campaign violations for public officials.
We've had some good training on what we're allowed to do and not do. The key thing we're not supposed to do is use town resources to support a ballot question. So that's clear. We're not going to use, town emails, town paper, town staff time, et cetera. As a public official, I'm certainly welcome to express an opinion about whether, the override's a good idea. And I will be doing that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. We have plenty of follow-up on that. So we'll be back to you with next steps. John's outlined a bunch of next steps in there. You'll see we did not need to vote tonight on either the override amount or an A or B budget. But we are up against the calendar deadline of when we need to transmit the A and B budget to the Finance Committee, which is in early March. The deadline for putting the actual override amount on the ballot is a little bit later than that, but there's negative value to waiting too long, because we need a robust conversation in the public about, what makes sense. And so the sooner we have a specific amount, the sooner that conversation can have real facts to wrestle with. Okay, more detailed budget stuff. Proposed policy regarding payment of retiree health insurance costs from the OPEB Trust, Other Post-Employment Benefits Trust. John, you want to take us through this?
Thank you. As discussed in previous budget presentations, I'm proposing that we consider, when we appropriate for the town budget in Article 4, that we include an offset that allows us to transfer and appropriate funding from our OPEB trust to pay for the cost of retiree health insurance premiums that we currently pay out of the operating budget in the finance director's budget. We currently pay over $1 million a year for those costs. And so this would be roughly a third or a quarter of the costs that we're proposing to start paying from the trust instead of paying directly from operating. So in the packet, I provided a memo with a little bit of background and detail. I also provided a draft policy for the board to consider approving, which is the action that I'm requesting tonight. I can read the policy, I can describe the policy, or we can show it on the screen and answer questions.
I'd recommend we put the policy itself is actually rather short. If we could put that up on the screen, then we could see if there's any questions or comments about it. Look at that. It's 3 bullet points.
Get rid of the sidebar.
And one thing that was in your longer memo was an analysis of, so this trust, which is now up to some $11 million or so, you had analysis of if we did start taking out this $300,000, how that would impact the overall funding of the OPEB trust over the years. Could you summarize that?
Yeah, so every 2 years or so, we have an actuary look at our health insurance costs and our life expectancies, I guess, and determine what our unfunded liability is and when we'd be able to meet our target to pay it down. I think we were scheduled for 2037, and this proposed change would push that year out by 2 or 3 years. So that would mean that instead of, currently what we do now is pay about $600,000 a year into the trust and don't take anything out. So if we continue to do that for another 13 years, we'd have our paid off money and then we could start using it. Or we could start using a little bit now and continue paying it off and just pay it for 3 more years and take a little pressure off of the operating budget in the meantime. And so that's what I'm recommending.
Great. Are there any questions or comments about this policy? Alyssa?
So I support this because it does not push out the completion date by more than 3 years. One thing that I would like I originally thought it would be better to have this just be a single year, like we'll do this year and then we'll revisit it next year, but this is a policy going forward unless the board decides to change it. So one thing I would like us to make sure that we look at is if we switch to a group insurance plan, they will only, this was mentioned at the school committee meeting by the chair, they will only accept the identical split between retirees and active employees. So right now, active employees pay 25% and the town pays 75%. And with retirees, it's 50-50. So we would have to make those splits the same. So our Medicare ineligible retirees we would then be responsible for 75% of claims rather than 50%. And I have no idea how many subscribers that is, and whether, it might be dependent on the individual, and if they are these high claim individuals, and what plan they choose if we were to switch to Maya or to GIC. So I just want us to keep an eye on that each town meeting when we're deciding whether we transfer 300,000 or only 100,000 or nothing. So I just want to mention that.
Thanks.
Can I just ask
Yes,
a clarifying question?
of course.
Was that, I heard that too, was that just GIC that had that requirement, not Maya? Both Maya and GIC?
Don't quote me on that. Maybe somebody in the health insurance working group can.
There's a lot of nuances that will arise in the potential changes that we'll be making in health insurance, and our actuaries will review those and make any adjustments that are necessary, hopefully adjustments for the better. But I don't know the specifics of that question.
Okay, thanks. Dean?
As you're all aware, I do receive health insurance as a retiree from the town of Acton. And if the discussion was going to involve the structure of the policy that I'd be receiving, I would recuse myself. This particular policy here, though, just talks about how to pay it, how to OPEB. I don't see that there's a conflict there, and I'm one of over 800 retirees receiving the benefits, so I will be voting on this.
Thanks for the clarification. More questions or comments from the board or from the public? No? There is a motion embedded in there, as I recall. If someone wants to bring it up and make the motion, we could discuss it.
Is that your screen? The motion, I think you had to scroll down to see the motion.
I move that the board vote to approve the policy regarding payment of retiree health insurance costs from other post-employment trust fund as follows. I need to read the whole thing.
No, as shown on the screen, I think it's as written down.
As
We're fine.
included in the meeting packet.
Yep.
Second.
Okay, any additional discussion or? No? All those in favor, please say yes or aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous. Thank you. Another step on the way to making a budget that balances. Thank you, everybody. Okay, now we turn our attention from budget stuff to stuff that's going to end up at town meeting. This one's called Approved Proposed Permitting Authority for Draft MBTA Communities Overlay Districts. And we had a presentation that came with this. And it looks like Tom is bringing up the screen and Kristen is coming up to speak to it. And so off we go. Welcome here.
Hi, good evening. I'm Kristen Guichard, the Acton Planning Director. So tonight, as we finalize the zoning language for the MBTA community compliance, I wanted to review the proposed permitting process. We haven't talked too much about that in detail, but we have mentioned it at various workshops. But I also would like to obtain a recommendation from the board tonight on who the permit granting authority would be. Next slide. So the new state law, Chapter 40A, Section 3A, requires Acton to adopt zoning that allows multifamily housing by right. So by right, meaning again, without a special permit or without a use special permit or without a site plan special permit. So Acton's proposed MBTA overlay district zoning that we've been talking about and that we presented at the last meeting does comply with the requirements. So it would allow for multifamily by right and follow site plan approval processes, but without that special permit designation. And this next slide is just showing an example of 3 different permitting boards that oversee different zoning permits in Acton. The Planning Board, the Select Board, Board of Appeals. You'll see yourself up there. So some examples, use special permits are permitted by the Select Board. Subdivisions and natural resource protection zoning, or PCRCs, are permitted by the Planning Board. Comprehensive permits, or 40Bs, are permitted by the Board of Appeals. And Acton is a bit unique in comparison to other towns in that the Select Board is the permit granting authority for site plan special permits. Go to the next one. Thanks. The process for developing under the proposed MBTA overlay district will follow the current site plan special permit process, but without that discretionary special permit level. And this includes notification to abutters, publication in the newspaper, a public hearing, and approval based on compliance with the regulations. The review process remains the same. The board would evaluate the site plan with assistance from professional planning and civil engineers for compliance with those regulations, looking at things such as parking lots, setbacks, landscaping, and building design. So similar to what you've recently been through this year. And given the Select Board is currently the permitting authority for site plan special permits, and that the process for site plan review will remain the same, I would recommend that the Select Board be the permit granting authority for developments in the MBTA overlay district. It is unique to have the Select Board oversee site plan review process, and previously there was a subcommittee that evaluated site plan review as part of the Kelly's Corner Improvement Initiative, and I was just gonna say that that was not that long ago, but it was actually 8 years ago, and then it felt like, wow, time has flown. But they did make recommendations to move site plan review to the Planning Board at that time, and I think that should be revisited, but at this time, I think we would still recommend that the Select Board remain the site plan review authority until like a big comprehensive decision was made to kind of revisit that again and move all site plan to the Planning Board if that is what the town and the community chooses. But so we do think that can be revisited, but at this point, we think it makes most sense to keep it together. So we'd be looking for a motion from the Select Board tonight if you feel that is appropriate.
Thanks. There might be questions or comments from board members. And then we'll get to the public. David?
Yeah, I think the recommendation is good. I think that, as we saw this year with the Nagog Mall redesign, there's a much greater visibility to the public when we're the permit granting authority, and there's a better opportunity, I think, for feedback and attention to people's concerns. So I'm in favor of the Select Board being the permitting authority for this.
Thank you. Other comments or questions from board members? No, maybe members of the public have comments or questions. Greg, come on up. The public wants to hear from you.
That may or may not be true. The question of publishing this twice in the newspaper, what newspaper?
So we have been approved to use the Action Unlimited. That's what we're currently posting in, so we would continue to do that.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Fran?
I would love to see the motion on the screen.
Oh, okay.
Oh, sorry.
There's a person online with a question or a comment. Let's bring them in.
Hi, it's Tara again. So thank you for letting me speak again. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, well, I still have serious concerns regarding the proposed MBTA zoning. In terms of permitting authority, if it passes, I agree that the Select Board is where it should be. That's because the Select Board answers directly to the voters, and so it's the most democratic thing to do until the Planning Board is elected. I don't want any more permitting done in an appointed board. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I don't want to have more distance between the voters and the permitting. Thank you.
Thanks. Any more questions or comments? There was a request to get that motion back on the screen so we could
I
like
have
read
it,
it.
I
Oh,
have
she
it right
has
here.
Okay.
So I move to recommend the select board be the permit granting authority for for MBTA district site plan developments.
Second.
And it's been seconded by David. Any additional comments? No, let's see how we're at, where we're at. Are we affirming this with a
Yes.
yes or an aye or a something? Yes. Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous. We got it. Thanks.
Kristen.
Rescuing my, okay, thank you. Appreciate it. That was my name tag for those that couldn't see the drama. It fell on the ground. It wasn't a metaphor for anything. Let's see, the next item is called approved proposed concept for reuse of 17 Woodbury Lane. And John has his name next to this. Because he's been meeting with folks and looking at pictures.
Good evening. So I'm excited tonight to present this proposed reuse concept for 17 Woodbury Lane, which is, if you parked in back or you came through the back, you might have noticed the yellow house that's behind Town Hall. That's what we've been talking about. I've started here on July 1st, 2018, and the very first day, I parked next to this building, and I said, what's going on here? What is this? And ever since then, I've been trying to get to this night. And so here we are. And so I'm hoping that the board supports what we're trying to do here. So this house, and this is what it looked like back then in 2018. There was an addition that we've since removed. With support from the Community Preservation Committee and town meeting, we were able to secure funding to remove most of that addition to bring the building down to what you see out there now. We also received an earmark from the state budget when Representative Benson was in office. She helped spearhead that rather, which was all funding that we brought forward to make this project happen. So we removed the hazardous materials. We brought it down to just a shell of what it is now, and now we're ready to take the next step. So we understood and still understand that the fiscal climate is such that we're not asking to appropriate money to do anything with this building. We worked very hard to get a federal earmark all the way from Washington, D.C., with thank you to Representative Lori Trahan, who was able to get $750,000 for us in the FY23 federal budget. And we've also used federal funding that was locally allocated by the Select Board from our American Rescue Plan Act funds. So we have just over $1 million to try to get this project done. You would think that that goes a long way, but in public construction doesn't go as far as you think. So we were able to take the budget and take the concept that we most recently discussed with the town. The Select Board, I believe last year or maybe the year before, approved moving forward with previous, what we were calling option A, which was, I didn't make it big enough to see because I don't want you to see it and like it, but it was a bigger addition. It was a basement. It was basically a deluxe version of what we want to see back there. And it proved to be too costly. And so we brought in a new designer, and we said, all right, these are the goals. We want to only use the funds we have available through grants. We want to create a unique space with indoor, outdoor community use as a focus. This is an outdoor space that leads to an indoor space, and we want to have a good synergy between the two. We want to tell the story of the original building. It's a historic building. Inside, it's a little scary. Outside, it's charming, and I think we want to tell the story of that building. We want to renovate just the original structure and get rid of the larger addition that you see out there now. We want to get rid of the second floor, where the bedrooms were, because we don't want to have a second floor. We don't want an elevator. We just want to have a building. We want to provide a modest addition just to have something to serve the proper facilities for proper infrastructure for a building like that, bathrooms, electrical, things like that you need to have in an addition. And a small kitchenette like the one we have here, just to serve as a function support space. If you're having an event, you can have a coffee pot on and stuff like that. And then really focus on the outside There's been a lot of interest in saving the ornamental tree that's on the property, so that's one of the goals as well. So what we've come up with is a design that creates a small garden space that can be used for, like it is now, there's picnic tables out there. We removed the back addition, and this is just a site layout. And it's important to say that tonight, I'm not asking you to approve this project and say we're done. Tonight, I'm just looking for support on what the concept is here, so that we can start the process of going to the Conservation Commission, the Historic District Commission, et cetera, of all the places we need to go to get support for this. And if you go to the next page, you'll see the general concept for what we're trying to do here. It's a seasonal building. It's not going to be insulated. It's going to not have a basement. It's going to be slab on grade on the addition. We're going to actually fill the original basement in so we don't have to deal with it. We're going to have a porch that connects to the outside, as I mentioned. You may not like the roof line of that porch. You know, we're still working on it, but that's the general idea of what it would look like. And then if you go to the next page, you'll see a little bit closer view of the floor plan. We met with stakeholders that are interested in this building, folks involved in historic things, people that live nearby, and we got some feedback that led to this current design. So the way this design is, there's actually, the T is toilet, so there's 2 toilets in the building and the small addition in the back. One actually opens to the outside, one opens to the inside. And so that means if you're having a function or a small gathering inside, you certainly can use both. But if you're having something outside, you don't need to open the whole building up to allow people to use a bathroom if they need to. So we thought that was an interesting design feature, very efficient use of the space. It's a small interior. If you go to the next slide, you'll see that, or the next one, I suppose. Yeah, this is the basic concept. It's not going to look as shiny as this, but it's exposed framing, open space, open ceiling. The original chimney that is in there, we're going to try to preserve, although I understand there's ways that we can do it with modern materials and still make it look good. The white wall that you can see in the back is how the addition would meet the building. And it would be, you know, if you've been to room 9 downstairs, it's a little bit bigger than that. It's not a huge space, but it's a space that can be used. And if you look on the right side of the image where the light's coming in, that would be how you get out to the porch. And that's, if you look on the top left, that's where the porch is. So it's really a space that opens up and the public can use. I can imagine standing out there giving a budget presentation to people standing on the lawn, or maybe someone doing a poetry reading, or something to that effect. So it's a space that I think would really get used by library programs and by volunteer groups and by many of you. That is the concept. I'm happy to go back through. We're also looking at a septic system, which we need to site. We don't apparently have room in this septic system to tie this building onto it, so we have to build our own little new septic system, and we're trying to find the best place to put that. We believe we can do this for the budget that we have, and we're just looking for the green light to move forward with this general concept.
Thanks so much, John. Select board members might have comments or questions. Fran?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that how I'm happy to see this on the agenda tonight, and that I think this current design is really going to maximize the outside space and the historic part of the building will be, you know, seasonal use. I think it will be a little positive aspect to the town campus, and I'm looking forward to moving forward. John, can you talk about, or maybe after the select board may have other questions, but the timeline for the funding that you have? And can you speak to the timeline of usage, and do you have deadlines to?
Yes, thank you. I think we hired the architect over the last year, and the schedule was such that we wanted to go out to bid this spring to have hopefully the project start this calendar year and potentially be completed by the winter. if things go the way that we want them to. With the federal funding, there are several things that we need to do, several boxes that we need to check to be able to access that funding. I think we're on our way, but one thing that's keeping us from finishing a lot of the paperwork is locking in kind of a concept and saying that this is what we're doing. And so I think that's part of why we're here tonight, is to make sure that we can engage in the work that we need to do to meet those funding deadlines.
Well, then I guess I should particularly ask if there are select board members that have concerns about the overall concept here. So if we don't have overall concerns, then we can go ahead and check in on whether we're willing to support the basic concept. Dean?
Yeah, this has been a millstone around everybody's neck for many, many years since we bought it in order to facilitate building the addition to the Memorial Library. So I think it's a great concept. And I especially like the idea of being able to showcase, the interior of one of the, a fairly old building here in town. I don't see anything that I can complain about here. I think it's a really nice job, and it looks like you can probably hit the budget. So nicely done, John.
Hey, that's positive. I'm just going to get more positive comments, or should we just go right to a vote? Well, okay, he's willing to forego the opportunity to say this is awesome, but I will just say, this is what I'm reading from everybody's faces, is awesome job. And I would happily entertain a motion that the select board approves the concept of this reuse for 17 Woodbury Lane, so that you can go ahead and get the permitting process started.
So moved.
Any seconds?
Second?
Okay. Any final comments, questions, concerns? No? Oh. They're online. That's what I'm hearing. There's 3 online. Okay, or 2. Matt, let's hear from people online about this concept.
Of course, Mr. Chair. The first is Richard Kelleher. Richard, you should be able to speak.
Hello, thank you. I think it's a great concept and glad to see it going ahead. I just am sort of sad that it's a one-season building, not a year-round building. In this climate, it means that its usefulness will be curtailed significantly. I know it's probably a budgetary issue, but it'd be really nice to try to raise the funds to do it right.
Thanks, Kel. Who's next?
Next is a calling user. They should be able to speak now.
Hi, is this Tara? Can you hear me?
Yep.
I agree with Richard. We can do it later some other time. I love the process that John has been going through. I really, really love it, John. Thank you. And the fact that you got some free money, that's even better. Woohoo! I agree with Fran. I hope there's a fair reservation system that's not dominated by one group or another. It seems a lovely concept. I love the idea of having outdoor access to the toilets. That's a really important thing. A seating area, I hope it's accessible to picnic tables. Thank you so much.
Thanks. And there is one more person?
Yes, Bettina Abe. Bettina, you should be able to speak.
Thanks. Thank you so much. John, this is amazing. I love the interior plan, room 9. If this is bigger than room 9, that really gives huge possibilities and flexibility to the public to have another public meeting space. It's sometimes very hard to get meeting space at the library. And I just love how you kept it with the outdoor access as well. Really great creative solutions. Thank you so much. I hope the select board approves this concept plan.
Okay, we've been asked to approve it, and we've got a motion on the floor. Oh, and there's a question from the floor too. Especially if you have concerns or issues, I'd love to hear from that, because so far we're just hearing all these positive things, sort of repetitive.
Be great. It's been around a long time. I think it's a wonderful project, but I really think you should be putting good insulation in there. And I think that you might be able to get funding from the state. And I also think that it would make the building much more useful all the time. So that's my 2 cents.
Thanks, Mary.
Hi there, my name's Pamela Kimball. I am also really grateful for this project. Two things. I also agree insulation would be great. I'm sure there's some kind of way, either donation from a company with a little bit of advertising somewhere, or like the state offerings. Also, with the idea of having to put a septic system in, you might consider composting toilets, like Clivus Multrum that like Trustees of Reservations uses. They used to be $50,000 each. Over time, that would probably save some money, I'm guessing, and would be very doable depending on the basement and all that. But yeah, those are the two biggest things. And then the last question is kind of like thinking of that second floor. I know there's accessibility issues, but I wonder if a design could be considered where that's storage for the town or some other purpose that would be acceptable as a second story. It feels a shame to lose that historic aspect of the building, although it's kind of taking it another direction, and it could be wonderful as well. Just wanted to voice that.
Thank you. So lots of great ideas about extensions, improvements, ways to make it even better. I'm also hearing support for the basic concept. Comment?
Thank you. I just want to respond to the comments about insulation. I don't know if folks could see us since we're sharing a screen, but we held up 3 fingers. This is a 3-season building, spring, summer, and fall. So even if there is no insulation, but I love the idea to seek additional funding sources if we can get insulation, and I love the idea of a composting toilet, if that can save us some money.
Yep. When I heard composting toilets, and then I heard basement, and then I heard, oh, we don't have a basement. So it's an interesting challenge, but not impossible. Any other thoughts? Oh, yes. Okay, Michaela raised her hand. Not now? Okay, great. Let's move on. Any more comments or questions before we check for agreement on this proposal to support this basic design? No? Okay. All those in favor, please say yes or aye.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, that's unanimous. Go get permits. Okay, on to number 10, and it's only 9 o'clock. Approving the placement of leaf blower bylaw article on the annual town meeting warrant. We sent, after our last discussion about gas leaf blowers, we sent David off to create a synthesized proposal based on feedback from the board and from other people and from advocates and from the Green Advisory Board and other groups. And David, maybe you can take us through what you came up with.
Sure. I met with the Green Advisory Board, the Economic Development Committee, Town Council. I used input from mainly the town of Belmont's law and the city ordinance from Cambridge as templates, because the other ones that I came across and that which Paul had were basically noise bylaws that had been added to, which are actually quite different and differently enforced. I tried to take the, let me just say first of all that the Green Advisory Board was in favor of this, but there was a wide difference of opinion as to when it should be effective. From people who wanted it effective very soon to people who wanted it effective much longer than in my draft. And the Economic Development Committee had some feedback that kind of mirrored our discussion last time. They wanted more time, less punitive, more information, that kind of thing. I can say what I came up with here has an effective date, basically 2 years from now. There's just one effective date. The town council told me it gets a little weird if you have an effective date that's too far out. So this would go into effect in January 26th. It also says that the town would not buy any gas-powered leaf blowers after January 25. We could play with those dates here. That's certainly something that we could change. It also says that the town would maintain a list of landscapers who committed to not use gas-powered leaf blowers, just an informational list. And I should say first, maybe the enforcement agency that I would recommend is the police department. The police department enforces similar laws in town. They're charged with enforcing our bylaws, and there are other bylaws that they enforce that are similar. This is not really an inspectional enforcement like the health department usually does. You know, someone's going to call in and say, you know, there are 3 leaf blowers in my neighbor's yard. And so and, you know, I did a little bit of research on that, and that's why this bylaw proposes that the police department be the enforcing agency. It's also, again, different because we don't have a noise bylaw. And it also allows that or it states that the first offense is just a warning. And the time frame in here says that after a warning, you're, you know, immune from other sanctions for 3 months. We could also play with that date, that amount of time. So I try to do due diligence on everything, and this is what I come up with. The rest in here is really just technicalities. It also, by the way, is not finally legally wordsmithed, right? It didn't seem worthwhile to invest the detail of the town council's time to, you know, to pay her for doing that if this is not what we adopted. So it does need to be wordsmithed, but it could be wordsmithed without any, after, you know, talking with her about it, it can be wordsmithed without any, you know, functional changes to the draft.
Thanks. Just to set some perspective here, the vote we're considering here tonight is whether to place this article on the warrant or not. This is not a vote to support this particular warrant article. That's a separate process when we have the final warrant in front of us. And somewhere in the middle, I guess is the question either for David or John, whoever has an opinion, can we approve the notion of having this on the warrant and then come back at a future meeting to wrestle with any details? I noticed, for example, that we did get a fairly detailed set of suggestions from Paul Campus, who's been a major advocate for this program with some specific changes in this. And we could talk about those tonight, but I'm also thinking in terms of time. If we want to, we could discuss some of these, but we don't necessarily have to settle all of them tonight. Is that your understanding, David, that we're just looking to see if we want to get an article like this on the ballot?
In that case, I think we could just postpone, because Paul has said he's still considering putting on as a citizen's petition. I think it would be a mistake to have 2, so if he does do a citizen's petition, we shouldn't do one. You know, I think the citizen's petition is a little bit harder to get passed, and there are some things in his draft which I would oppose, and maybe others would oppose. But I think it's the worst case is if a citizen's petition is given to us, we must put that on the ballot and on the warrant. And so in that case, I would recommend that we not do it. If people had very quick things that they'd like to just tell me, and that I could come back with a revised draft. You know, are people generally happy with this? They would like extended dates, different something. I could just do that, and I think we should vote on it actually after the warrant closes, and to see whether Paul puts it on or not.
There's a chicken and egg challenge there, which is that Paul's decision about, well, we'll hear from Paul, I'm sure, but Paul's decision about whether to put a warrant article on sort of depends on what we come up with. That is, if ours is sufficiently reasonable in his eyes, then he doesn't need to have his own citizen petition. But I think in any case, let's go ahead and get questions and feedback from board members and the public about changes they'd like to see. And if these discussions go well and easily, then we have a direction to go in. Hi, go ahead, Dean.
So, thank you, David, for putting this together. I think from my own personal point of view, I don't have a problem with the general concept of doing a bylaw like this. I think the timeframes, frankly, are a little too ambitious, considering the rather considerable cost that people have incurred already, people being not only contractors but homeowners, to own gas-powered leaf blowers. So I think, the couple of changes that I would make, on section 4B, about the town purchasing gas-powered leaf blowers, I'd extend that to January 2026, because the cost of really commercially viable, large backpack electric leaf blowers, those are still quite high in cost. And so I think that it's important to let the industry develop a little bit more. So I would push that off to 26. As far as the implementation of the entire thing, I would push it off probably until implementing it in either 26 or 28. That'll give everybody a little more time to use up their existing gas-powered leaf blowers, again, whether they're homeowners, taxpayers here in town, or whether they're contractors working for taxpayers here in town. So those are the two changes, strictly as far as the dates.
Thank you. Thanks. There might be other select board members with comments. Alyssa?
I'm okay with the pushing of the dates back, and also I know that we discussed it being simpler if we had a single date rather than the phase-in, but I'm really persuaded by the argument that the folks who are using them every day commercially are going to need to turn over more quickly than a homeowner that might be using the same equipment for 10 or 15 years because they only use it for a couple of cleanups. And I'm also persuaded by the argument to do a seasonal phase-in. So I would support adding those back in. And I have a question about the similar enforcement that the police would do. I understand that this isn't an inspection issue necessarily, best served by the health department, but I'm a little concerned about taking our police away from other work to head over to answer reports of violations. So I want to understand, David, what you mean by similar enforcement, like some examples of that, just to make sure that it is actually appropriate.
David?
So our police enforce what kind of boats can go on Ice House Pond. Our police enforce various environmental regulations, not all of them. Our police enforce regulations on solicitors and canvassers. And this may be a little, this actually could be a crime, but I just wanted to say that even though it overlaps with some of the things that the health department does, they enforce certain alcoholic beverage rules, especially again the ones that call in. So if someone calls in and say, "I see a minor being served," that's enforced by the police, not by the health department, for example. There are other things, but those are the ones that I thought were more relevant.
So just to follow up on that, I guess I'd like to hear from Paul, if he's talking on this item tonight, about the frequency, because those things that you mentioned do seem to be in alignment, but I'm wondering the frequency that those calls come in and they need to respond, and whether or not other communities who have enacted gas-powered leaf blower bans have seen a high number of calls.
Okay, so why don't I add in my comments now? I'm enthusiastic about the bylaw. I think there's a lot of varieties that would be okay. We did see language earlier that extended the options for enforcement, enforced by the police department or the health department, or, and that might give us a wider set of options as we understand, how to proceed with this bylaw. So I think it'd be nice to have that flexibility in there. The other thing I see here in Paul's suggestions is to have a registration process, a permitting system for commercial leaf blower operators, and a fine for not having that. And I think that's very sensible. It also makes the enforcement so much easier if you have, a list of the, commercial operators. You know who to talk to. You know who the person is that owes the fine, and that seems like a sensible thing to do. So those are my thoughts. David.
Can I just ask you, is it a sense of the board that we want to permit landscapers? I specifically avoided that because it's a whole new thing, right? It will double the complexity of this bylaw, such that I don't think we can do it this year, right? It's complicated, right? And I thought it was a burden that we don't, my opinion was that it was a burden that we didn't need. I mean, if you think it's good and other members that are good, I'll make those changes.
The specific suggestion was to a permitting system for people that do leaf blowing. So it wouldn't be a generic, I cut people's lawns, I have to register. It would be specifically for people who use the leaf blower. So I think it's, it might be simpler than we might imagine. But I think, I agree, hearing from other board members would be key.
Do you think there's any landscaper that doesn't have a leaf blower?
Yeah. Depends what part of town you're in. Dean and Fran.
So, I think starting to register contractors and creating a whole new level of bureaucracy goes way beyond what I think is a reasonable bylaw to regulate gas-powered leaf blowers. I think most landscapers probably have leaf blowers. What happens if you got a landscaper that today he doesn't have a leaf blower, but tomorrow he buys one, and suddenly you go out there and start enforcing things because, he didn't realize that? We're dealing with, a lot of folks don't spend a whole lot of time reading town websites. And, if you do that, the next thing is, okay, now you got to register if you're going to be a house painter. You got to register if you're going to be a housekeeper, a maid, or whatever. It just creates this huge nanny state, which I think just drives people nuts, me especially. Thank you.
Thanks. Fran, you got a thought about this?
I mean, the only positive about permitting would be knowing who's using a gas blower or who isn't, right? I mean, is it going to be neighbors calling on neighbors? Which is not a good scene either. So that would be the only positive about a permitting. And I'm good for the later date of implementation.
So we've heard some comments. Please, go ahead.
Can I just
David.
make one comment on the chicken and egg thing?
Yeah.
Anybody who's come before us before, who asked us to pick up a bylaw, has not gone back and said that they were going to still submit it as a citizen's petition. For example, the group, the Ban the Bag group, there have been other groups. I think, Paul said he had the chicken and egg thing, that's of his making. I don't think that affects what we do, right? The only thing I don't want is to have two articles on the town warrant that do the same thing differently. So as long as, what a citizen decides to do with a citizen's petition is up to them, right? But I would just propose to wait until after we close the warrant to actually put this on the warrant.
Well, we've used Paul's name a lot. Paul, do you want to take 3 minutes to do anything in particular with us?
I don't think Rome was built in 3 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Nope.
So here's the latest issue of Science News, hot as blazes.
Oh, you want to hit that little button?
Excuse me.
Thanks.
2023, the world roasted under record-breaking heat. So pushing off this a year, as we talked before, is 600,000 pounds of CO2 that doesn't have to go into this planet. So you got my comments on the thing. There are, what David is proposing does not conform to best practices. I've looked at many states, many regions, many towns. Police does not work for this kind of enforcement. There's a lot of illegal immigrants. You don't want people with guns and uniforms showing up, scaring the hell out of them. You want somebody with blue jeans and a flannel shirt. And maybe somebody who's got a couple of battery-powered leaf blowers in the back of their car that they can loan them to these people so they could use them for a couple of months or whatever. You want a coach. You don't want a policeman. And I think policemen are expensive, and they have better things to do. And as you can see in the article I gave you, in Newton, they tried using the police, and they gave up on it, and they gave it to the Inspectional Services Department. That's what everybody does, is they give it to Inspectional Services. In Acton, we don't have Inspectional Services, so that would probably be the Health Department, which is one of our Inspectional Services. There's a lot of misinformation about that Dean has about using up your gas-powered leaf blower before you get rid of it. So commercial gas-powered leaf blowers only last for 3 years. So if they had 2 years warning, they could easily plan ahead, which is what we're going to give them. However, gas-powered leaf blowers put 7,000 pounds by a landscaper of CO2 into the air a year. It's something you want to give up. So by the way, so regarding the citizen position, I really want this to go to town meeting. And I haven't done this before. So I don't know if you get it, I don't know what you're going to end up with. And if it goes to the town meeting, it might need a whole lot of amendments. So if you had something that I felt good about that we could get close on, then I would be willing to not do citizen petition as long as you guaranteed me it would end up at town meeting, because I want this at town meeting. Also, in collecting signatures from town meeting, I talked to a lot of people. I didn't find anybody who was opposed to it. I stood outside the library on Saturday morning. There happened to be a used book sale, so there were a lot of people there. And I got a lot of signatures. I talked to seniors. I talked to people with kids. Everybody thought it was a good idea. I didn't get one person that said it wasn't a good idea, so I think the rank and file of Acton are there. I think they'd vote for it at town meeting in very substantial majority. And I think we have 24,000 residents of Acton and 150 leaf blower operators. I think that the 24,000 residents of Acton deserve clean air, some peace and quiet, and that if there's some inconvenience by the leaf blower operators, who, by the way, are breathing a lot of really bad stuff, I think everybody wins, and it costs the town next to nothing. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. So we have a proposal from David. We have some people on the board and members of the public who would like to see some changes. But I haven't heard anyone here say, except in the case of possibly with registration, I haven't heard anybody here say, I could not support this, I could not see this on any version of this on the warrant. So it could be that we're okay with the notion of voting for having a gas leaf blower bylaw prohibition on the warrant. And then we have 9:20. We have a future meeting soon where we settle the rest of the details, which would be things like, do we have a cleanup period? Who's the enforcement agency? Registration seems kind of dead on arrival. Would the enforcement be expanded from police officers to include, the health department or other groups? There's also some concerns or thoughts about the fines, which I think we could settle with some discussion. But my sense is we're close enough to agree to add something like this to the warrant. But I wanted to check with David and with others about whether we're okay with proceeding with that part of the vote.
I would rather not do that today. I think the details matter, and so I'd like to know what we're voting on. We have a month after the warrant closes. I will say to Paul, I didn't see where you went, that it's unlikely that a citizen's petition would be enforceable. You actually have to change other parts of Acton bylaws to make fines happen and things like that. So it's unlikely that a citizen's petition would be enforceable. So you're welcome to do that, but this has happened before, and then town council says it's really a referendum and not a bylaw. So what I'll do is based on the list that you just stated, I'll produce another draft and we can look at that. We have plenty of time, so I would do that after. I don't see any reason to do it sooner, right?
Okay. Are other board members comfortable with the notion of proceeding on this process to, we're going to put an article on the warrant and we're going to have a future meeting at which we figure out the details? Dean?
Yeah, I'm going to back David. I think that give him a chance to come back, incorporate some of the feedback he heard tonight, and then if it's something close to what I would consider to be reasonable, I'd be in favor of putting this on the town meeting warrant and let the folks decide. But right now, the way it's written right now, I can't support it, but I could support it if there was some changes made.
Okay, and the main change I heard you saying was about the dates.
The dates and, the registration is DOA.
Yeah, well, that wasn't part of David's proposal, yeah. Other folks on the board with opinions about how we can proceed?
I'm okay waiting or voting now. I do want to add too that I think this falls under the purview of the health department and not the police department for enforcing, so.
Alyssa, any thoughts?
Yeah, I just gave a thumbs up, but you probably don't know what that was for. It was for working out the details later.
Okay.
So what David's proposing.
Okay, so we're going to set this aside. We've set a process in motion in which we have a structure for a bylaw. We have some specific questions we're going to consider in more detail, and we will settle those details and then vote to put it on the warrant. Just kind of sort of see general nods about whether that's an okay process. Okay. Sorry democracy goes slow, but it's what we can do. Any last comments from people in the public that haven't spoken yet? Mary? Oh, go ahead, Tom. Well, Tom, you're in motion, so why don't you go ahead? And then we'll hear from Mary.
I'll be very quick. Sean Beals, Willow Street. With regard to 2 arguments. First, with regard to the volume of CO2 that's released, the volume of CO2 is proportional to the volume of the gasoline that's used. And so whether it's used in a leaf blower or something else is really immaterial. Second, on the health issue, I looked for any kind of study that assessed the effect on landscapers of gas leaf blowers. I didn't find anything. One reference vague to people using chainsaws. But if there are any references, any studies that have looked at the effect of users of gas leaf blowers, I'd like to see it. Thank you.
Thank you. And just a quick comment, Tom, the amount of CO2 emissions is also dependent on the technology being used. So the fact that these are two-stroke engines means they're fully burning a lot less of the gasoline, and a lot more junk is getting out into the air than there would be with a four-stroke engine. Mary, you had some comments.
Can you press the button?
Press the little red button so everybody in the world can hear you.
Sorry, I'm here as an independent citizen. I also am on the Green Advisory Board. I think that this is eventually a very good idea because it will reduce our carbon and emissions considerably. But I think in terms of implementing it, that if we implement it as quickly as is recommended, that there will be a whole bunch of people who are small business people for the most part, who will have problems because they're not having time to depreciate their equipment and enough time. I think they need more time to depreciate their equipment. And then I think one of the things we could do, so we get people used to this, is we could implement timeframes, when it's used. For instance, I think this is very liberal, but it would be like 7 to 5 during the week, and the weekends, I suggested 8 to 5, but my grandchildren suggested that, gee, everybody sleeps late then. So maybe, I don't know how we want to handle it, but I think it would be really good if we could really transition this in. I think it would be people would be happier, and I think people do agree with this. They would like to reduce the carbon output. But I think that many people will be unhappy, and I'm also concerned for all the users of this, because if the landscapers have to implement a whole new system, then it's going to be expensive for them. And even though ultimately it may be cheaper, it's still going to be expensive initially. So I really think we should consider more time to implement it. If we don't want to, I'm happy with 2008 because I've talked to people and they say 4 to 7 years is the time for depreciation. And I realize that many of the landscapers will be putting in new equipment this year, but next year, hopefully, if we give them a warning, they wouldn't be buying that. But there's also some technical issues in terms of how many batteries are they going to have to carry around with them, et cetera. But I think we should have a bylaw that says, no, we don't want gas or gas-fired lawnmowers. But I think we should do it slowly, or not terribly slowly, but slower than is proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's gas leaf blowers. Thank you. Now we're going to talk about approving a placement of a proposed conservation restriction for Morrison Farm article on the annual town meeting warrant. And looks like we're going to have someone speak to us. Introduce yourself and let's have some, let's hear from you.
I'm Heidi Porton, 32 Parker Street, and I'm the chair of the Acton Ag Commission. And we have Maureen Bodner online, we hope, who's has a little something to say about this prepared.
Great. Is Maureen online to speak? Maureen, are you?
There's a person with their hand up, a call-in user with their hand up. It's not call-in user 1.
Okay, let's try that. Can we let that person with the, yes, the first person who raised their hand, the call-in user.
Oh, I was calling about the leaf blowers. I didn't get a chance to.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, yeah, just send your thoughts in. Who's the other person with a hand raised?
It's Maureen.
Okay. Let's let Maureen talk then.
Sorry, I'm having technical difficulties.
We can hear you now.
Oh, that's good. Okay, we're here. I'm here on behalf of the Agricultural Commission, of which I'm a member, to yet again talk about the Morrison Farm. Just a bit of background. Jack Morrison was a longtime Littleton resident. he had about 125 acre apple orchard in Littleton, and he had a 32.5 acre farm in Acton off of Concord Road. He was very conservation minded and wanted to preserve his property. He passed away in 1995. Littleton purchased their apple orchard in 1999 largely with the self-help grant. It has an agricultural preservation restriction on it and a CR. We purchased our Morrison farm in 1997. It was funded in large part by a $1.3 million debt override, and it was classified as general municipal property. I think I was on the conscom at the time, and this was kind of unusual because, as you know, Acton has a wealth of conservation lands all over town and has always been proactive about preserving property. At the time that we purchased the Morrison farm, there was various ideas about what it would be used for. At one point, they wanted to perhaps build another elementary school, and also they considered it for playing fields. So that was the initial reason for the general municipal property. Over the ensuing 27 years, the farm has been used for one of our largest community gardens in town. There's two others, but this is certainly a very vibrant one with over 50 garden plots that are fully used. It's a great hiking area. About the back 15 acres of the property is wooded. There's trails there. So it's a favorite of hikers, dog walkers. And there's open fields between the community garden plots and the woods, and that's really important edge habitat for birds. So this property is unique in that it has historic, conservation, recreation, and agricultural value. We'd love to take this to town meeting. We're proposing putting a conservation restriction on the property that would be held by the Acton Conservation Trust. I'm happy to report this is a no-cost proposal, and that the Acton Conservation Trust would take care of the initial fees and also the ongoing, any ongoing costs. I should say we're on version 7 of the conservation restriction, and the salient difference between this version and ones that you've seen in the past is that we've created a 0.6 of an acre building envelope that would include the historic house and barn. I've always loved these two buildings. They are a great example of Depression-era architecture. The house is closed to the public. It's a kind of a weather-tight shell right now. The barn is also closed to the public, but it is used by town staff to store some equipment. Over the years, in addition to the initial ideas of perhaps a site for an elementary school or more playing fields, there was, I think it was in 2013, there were plans to build a community center there, and there was a $2.8 million debt override that was denied at town meeting. There also have been ideas in the past to sell the house to Habitat for Humanity. That was also voted down. And just in the last 2 years, we've had ideas that maybe it would be a great wedding venue that someone wanted to rent out or buy. And it could be a dog park or a site for sewage disposal. So there's something about that farm and the open fields that creates a lot of ideas. And we feel that right now it's not protected at all. And there are just so many constituencies that value this property. We would really love to protect it in perpetuity. I should say that those 0.6 of an acre exclusion that I talked about with the buildings on them would really be the purview of the Historic Commission. and that they would, if I understand it correctly, they're working on creating a historic corridor along that section of Concord Road, and that they would apply for funds to restore the barn and the house. So in the interest of brevity, I'm glad there's a lot of people here, I think, at, at this meeting who can answer questions as well as me, or better than me. But I think that's all I have to say right now.
Thanks. I'm aware, as I listened to this, that the select board did have a conversation about a year ago on the notion of having a CR on Morrison, and well, did not recommend it. So I wonder if advocates can be clear on what's changed. Is it the size? Is it the area that's covered by the CR that's changed? To exclude the houses, or what else has evolved in this CR idea?
Yeah, I think, Jim, we've gotten input from a whole host of people on committees, commissions, and individuals. But I think the salient detail is the treatment of the building structures. In our last proposal to the select board, we were going to put a CR on the entire property. We were thinking of forming a nonprofit, the Friends of the Morrison Farm, that would take on the renovation, the fundraising and renovation of the buildings. The buildings have been a sticking point really ever since 1997 when we purchased the property. But in this latest iteration, as I said, Pete Westover, who's the expert who wrote the CR, came, and we marked out about 0.6 of an acre a building envelope exclusion that would not be part of the CR.
Got it. Thank you, Maureen. So I guess I would like to hear from the select board first, and then members of the public, if you have thoughts, concerns, or questions about this proposal. Starting from the far left, as I like to say, go ahead, Dean.
Yeah, I was opposed to the proposal of a CR on this property a year ago, and I still am vehemently opposed to this once again. It was a deliberate action on the part of town meeting to purchase this land for general municipal use. You say it's unprotected. Well, no, it's still protected by the town. It's owned by the town. Any kind of development that is going to occur on this property would have to be approved certainly by the select board and most likely town meeting, because it's going to involve funding. The town of Acton has been in business since 1735. People in 1735 did not tie our hands as to what we could do with our property. And I think it's a really bad idea, and it's disrespectful for future generations to tie up this piece of property, because who knows what in 100 years from now we might need for a piece of land. That piece of land is centrally located within the town. Granted, it's a gorgeous farm. I love farms. But I don't know what 2 or 3 generations down the road are going to decide they really need. Taking this land, putting a CR on it right now, will eliminate any possible use of that land by future generations. I don't see that the land right now is under any sort of threat whatsoever. Certainly people come up with ideas. I was one of the ones that said, maybe it's a good location for a dog park. Well, 200 emails later over the weekend, realize, okay, as they say, that dog don't hunt. I think that's how the public can speak. But I think, a small group of people coming ahead now and trying to dictate what future generations might want to do on this land that was bought specifically as general municipal is the wrong way to go about this. Finally, we talk about the small 0.6 of an acre lot. I'm not sure that that lot that is to be excluded from the CR is even large enough to make any kind of a viable development and reuse of the barn and the house. I don't think, for instance, that there's even enough room for a decent septic system. The septic systems there now is in failure. So I think that is, there is nothing here that is going to solve the problem of those houses, the house and the barn, saying, okay, the historical commission is going to take charge of it. Well, the historical commission doesn't take charge of things. Under the town charter, the town manager is in charge of all of these things. And if the decision is made that we need to do some kind of development, that kind of the house, that's a decision that has to be made through the capital budgeting process represented by the select board. So I don't think that that's not a sufficient piece of land anyway. And your basic concept, I feel, is erroneous. I don't feel land is under any viable threat whatsoever. Thank you.
Thanks, Dean. There might be other select board members with thoughts or concerns. Alyssa?
Thank you. Following up on that, I just want to share that I am 100% in support of placing the CR on the property with this envelope removed. I'm hard pressed to believe that it's not sufficient for a septic, because I know there are parcels in town that are 1/4 of an acre that have a septic. I want to say that I very much appreciate the perspective that folks are bringing. Like, we brought this for municipal purposes. Those municipal purposes, however, didn't materialize. We didn't build an elementary school there. We didn't build soccer fields there. What has been built is community gardens. What still exists there is open meadow, which is incredibly critical habitat, and we have very few open meadows in this town. It's critical habitat for birds and insects, which are pollinators. So not only do we have the community gardens, but we also have this open meadow, which to me is thinking of the future. It's thinking of food security. So I'm very much in favor. I don't see this as a very small group of people who are supporting this, because I was on the Historical Commission and the Open Space Committee last year when Agricultural Commission members came around to socialize this idea. So it's my understanding that it has the support of not only Agricultural Commission, but also Open Space Committee and the Historical Commission and Historic District Commission. So I don't agree that it is not future-looking, because the protection of wetlands that, sinks more carbon than tropical rainforests, the protection of the farming and the open meadow for food security. I think this is in complete alignment with our open space and recreation plan and our climate action plan. And so I do not want to stay in the past, and I do want to be mindful of the future, and that brings me to my support of this proposal. And one more thing I wanted to say is that I think that we would be remiss in our duties as select board members to not bring it to town meeting. Because yes, we have to put it on the warrant, we have to approve it, but town meeting would actually be the final vote to get this CR approved. So I think we should leave it up to the voters. And we wouldn't give them the opportunity if we didn't put it on the warrant.
Fran or David?
Alyssa said it all, always, but I am 100% for this as well. I don't see this as being disrespectful for the future. I think it's very respectful of our future, and it is in alignment with the town's 2020 plan. And I am all for figuring out the configuration of making the houses work, whether we get a family in there for affordable housing, or but separating the two parcels, I think is key. It's a complete historic corridor. I can see that, you know, connecting the East Acton Green somehow to this corridor that will be hopefully happening, including Morrison Farm, is a great future plan.
So I guess I'm the only board member that's not 100% or something. You know, it's a little bit unfortunate in my mind that the select board here is the last to get this, right? I think that you should have come to us first and asked what we would agree to and then go off and do it. Instead, we're the last one. And as it is, I couldn't support this. I'm not against putting a conservation restriction on this land, but I'm against putting this conservation restriction on the land. I had two goals last year, and neither is satisfied by this update. One is to have enough land for the house and barn that it becomes viable for something in the future. If that's not the case, we've relegated the house just to collapse in on itself, right? It's not useful for anything, and there needs to be enough room there. It needs basically, I think, most of the frontage, not just as much, the closest line we can draw around those two buildings. You know, I don't know exactly what the house might be used for. The most interesting idea for me is, you know, a local museum. I think that might be cool, but it needs a little bit of room to be that kind of thing, or to be anything, right? We just can't, if it has no space, it's not viable for anything. And so it needs a bigger space. And the second thing is, I think the conservation restriction needs to include recreation, not just passive recreation. And I'd be really hard pressed just to include passive recreation. You know, for example, a little while ago, there were people who wanted to play frisbee golf there, which they could do around the meadow, you know, not, you know, it really doesn't take up any space. I'm not saying that that's the best use for it, but I believe that the conservation restriction has to allow for things like that. And so this conservation restriction is too restrictive in my mind for this land. And I don't think these problems are solvable before town meeting, right? You need to get too much public input, that kind of thing. I mean, this will be hugely discussed at town meeting. And, you know, town meeting has voted down almost every proposal from Morrison Farm, and this will vote down another one.
Thoughts from me. So we have about 1,600, last time I counted them up, acres of conservation land in town. It's probably more now. Almost none of them have conservation restrictions. The only places we have conservation restrictions are places where land was bought with CPA funds where it's required to have a conservation restriction. We have, so I think it's an extraordinary, I think a CR has to meet relatively extraordinary standards to be useful, because it does have this permanence to it that other things such as zoning, you know, our conservation lands are zoned to be conservation lands, so it takes a 2/3 vote at town meeting to change that. And because of the way the relationship between conservation land zoning and the state is, it's actually very difficult to take land out of conservation land zoning without adding additional land into conservation land zoning. So I think our non-CR protected conservation land is well protected. And it may be that the appropriate protection for this land is simply a zoning change. The only way I can imagine proceeding on this to town meeting is to have the warrant article be relatively simple, which is to direct the town meeting to work with the select board on developing a conservation restriction in this land without having the, you know, version 7 specific version with all the maps. And then we can, and then if the town meeting in its wisdom approves it, then we can work on the details. How big is it? You know, how much of a space do we need around the houses? You know, maybe we can come up with something that enough people here can agree to, that we can, get it voted in. The first step would be to have the town meeting approve the notion of developing a conservation restriction. When conservation restrictions have come to town meeting in the past, they've not come with complete texts of a conservation restriction. They simply allow the town manager to develop a CR and have it be signed off on. And I think that might be an approach that could work. It would still have opposition from some. I'm not sure I would vote for it, just because I don't think it's the right instrument for this case. But I could be persuaded if there's enough flexibility in how it comes forward. So that's my thought. Other select board thoughts before we hear from the public? Alyssa.
So you said you didn't think that this was the right mechanism, and you mentioned a zoning change. Can you elaborate on that for me?
If these were separable parcels, you could have the back parcel be zoned, conservation. Yeah. Yeah, you can't have a zoning cut right through the middle of a parcel. That's considered wrong. So there might be thoughts from the audience about all this?
I'd like to go before you do the other people. First off, I served on the Conservation Commission. I served on 2 Morrison Farm committees, and I purchased this land, not for a school, but it was for soccer fields. And Bill Mullen pushed it for soccer fields. We always bought school land with school money, and we knew where it was. And the only piece of school property that's left is now on Arlington Street in the Rocks. That's the only undeveloped school property in town. I'm not talking about next year or 2 years from now, or maybe not even 10 years from now. I'm talking about 15, 25, 35 years from now, when we're going to need this land for a solar array, we're going to need this land for something else. And I was always in favor of buying land for conservation purposes, and we used state aid. So the lands that you were talking about that don't have conservation restrictions on them have state conservation restrictions on them. All of Spring Hill, we bought parts of Great Hill with funds, a different set of funds from the federal government, and that's the only way we got the baseball fields at the bottom of Great Hill, and the rest is conservation for passive recreation. You're not supposed to have ski mobiles, skidoo things, and all that kind of stuff. No motorized vehicles are supposed to be on conservation lands in town. We purchased this. We knew we were buying it for municipal purposes. We were buying it for the future. And I think we should look towards the future. As an example, when I was doing the library, we had internet was just coming in. So one of the things I asked them to do was to put conduits so we could put the wires all the way through. And they did that, but then wireless came in. We do not know what sort of electrical things we're going to need for the future, for your electrical, for your zoning, for housing or anything else. We should keep this land in municipal property. And I hope that you do not put it on the town warrant. I really do. Because we have enough conservation land and we have enough restrictions, and trying to fix that house is a pipe dream. And my final thing is, when I looked up Depression architecture, the answer was Hoovervilles, and they were made of cardboard.
Thank you. Just to add a small bit of public education, the protection we get in our conservation lands is what's called Article 97 protection from the Massachusetts Constitution. And that's the regulations around that are what require us to not remove lands from Article 97 protection without adding additional lands elsewhere in town. We've done that sort of thing like around Narrow. We've swapped land from general municipal to protected by zoning and back again. There might be other folks with thoughts.
Hi, I'm Bill Dickinson. I'm the chair of the Acton Historic Commission. So the Historic Commission would like to preserve this piece of property for Acton in its future. It is a unique piece of property, and it's in this corridor that we're calling the Concord Street Historic Corridor of a lot of important historical buildings. And all the way from the Woodlawn Chapel, Woodlawn Cemetery, we got the Hearst House, we got the Alarm Stone, the Robbins Foundation, the Ice House Pond Foundation, Ice House Pond, all the way to Acton Village Green. And so it's a unique string of important properties, and Morrison Farm's a piece of that. I know the buildings are a little problematic, but to have a development there would just be, it's just inappropriate for the whole feel of that side of the road. So I don't know what the ultimate best use or restriction of this. Maybe it is a a conservation restriction. I think that's what we are thinking of right now. We're within the commission, we're trying to develop a plan to make it a historic corridor. One idea is a historic district, but we're looking at a lot of different items for this whole area. And within our grand vision, the conservation restriction seemed to be a good way to go. So it's something that we're thinking about. I think this should be thought carefully, but we really do look like we want to preserve it for the town's future use, and we see it as a historic resource. Thank you.
Thanks. Additional comments? We can try to summarize what I heard from board members, which was definitely not agreement on something. There were at least one person who was opposed to a CR in any form. There were a couple of us who were opposed to the CR in the current form, and there were two people who were very enthusiastic about a CR. So we're clearly quite split and divided on the board. So I have a hard time with, I would guess that we would not get a vote to actually put the CR as is on the town meeting warrant. But I'm happy to entertain ideas about where we go from here. Is there a way to proceed from here that's not simply, well, we couldn't come to an agreement, so sorry. Are there more creative thoughts? Maybe someone's less sleepy than I am and can think of a better idea. Alyssa.
I appreciated David's suggestion to, or maybe it was yours, Jim, sorry, to bring this to, not this, to bring the idea of a CR to town meeting, because you mentioned that they aren't actually written, completely finalized at town meeting, just to get a sense of town meeting. And I would be happy to have the folks or in this process look at the boundaries and the frontage and make sure that it's a viable use going forward. And while I do appreciate leaving our options open for a potential future municipal use, I'd much rather have commercial entities bring in things like solar arrays and battery storage system and not have this site used for that. And if folks feel strongly about having active recreation, maybe this is where disc golf goes, I'm also in support of that. But this is a really unique property. Regardless of how long the town has owned it and fought about what it's going to be used for. You know, there's a great parking lot there now. There are kiosks there now. There's an accessible path along the waterway. There's all sorts of recreation at Ice House Pond, you know, right adjacent to it. Community gardens, the town uses it for storage. It's got a lot of multiple appeal to a lot of multiple parties, community gardeners, hikers, dog walkers, ice skaters. So I think it's a really important property that I would not like to see things like solar arrays and battery storage and rapid infiltration basins for wastewater discharge for a lot of reasons, all of those reasons, but also for, you know, the environmental reasons, biodiversity, and carbon sinking.
Well, the other thing I would summarize is that we've had a really interesting discussion. We have a bunch of different points of view, and it could be that a conversation at town meeting would be, similarly helpful. There's a lot of education that happens. There's a lot of, thoughts about the town and Morrison Farm that are good to get out there. So I wonder if there is support on the board for a generic warrant article about a CR at Morrison Farm that doesn't specify the exact boundaries, and gets a conversation going at town meeting about that. Dean?
I think getting the sense from town meeting and having a good discussion, that makes a lot of sense. I think that if there is a warrant article that goes to town meeting, you'd set up a committee that would, if it was approved at town meeting, you'd set up a committee that would work out the CR, and then that CR should be brought back to town meeting again. I think it's important that town meeting be able to weigh in on this in its final form, as opposed to, the situation, for instance, with the 549 Main Street property where we're setting up a CR, and town meeting pretty much approved the select board and Conservation Commission to work out all the details, and that never goes back to town meeting again. So I think in this particular instance, it needs to have feedback at town meeting and a second vote to confirm whatever the group might decide on.
David?
I'm actually wondering whether we want to tackle this in our goals process this year. I think actually a hearing here in some future month would make more sense than town meeting. I think there's more conversation if we had a few meetings here and heard from people. Actually, I don't think that this has been shopped around to a large segment of differing opinions. It's been shopped around to a number of people, but not, I don't think there's even people who follow the select board may not know that this has been going on, right? And so we could do it at town meeting, and I wouldn't object to that if that's what the rest of the board wants, but I'd almost rather see us plan something here. In my first year, I was liaison to the Morrison Farm Committee. I couldn't find anybody who was actually on the Morrison Farm Committee, and so at that time, and so I came back the next year, I said, I think we should disband the Morrison Farm Committee. But I think there's either process I think could work, but I think we're going to have somebody's going to have some broad hearing sessions that go beyond town meeting. And I'm not sure the whole town is really going to be patient for a long conversation at town meeting. I think a smaller group needs to put together a proposal that's not so specific as this, that then people can critique. Maybe even like how the planning department does things, where they have concept boards, and you go around for all these concept boards, and you put little stickies on the ones you like, and that kind of thing. I don't know, but I think there's a process that we might use to get a good result here.
So the proposal that emerges out of that is to schedule soon additional time, invite the bodies that have been working on this to have a longer, back and forth conversation about it, and, look at maps together and talk about concepts. We have time to do that. Is that a notion that would fit the sense of the board?
I just will weigh in, and I think that having a conversation at this town meeting could be doable. I think it would, this has been going on for a really long time. It shouldn't be a real surprise of what to do with this property. And I think this idea is presenting itself, and I think it should be taken, to a bigger conversation.
So the notion is that after we have an initial hearing or hearings, we might decide at that point to move forward with putting something on the town meeting warrant after conversations. Okay. I'm comfortable with that as a way to proceed, that, I get to, one of the things I get to do as chair is set agendas, so I'm happy to promise to have future agenda items where we talk more about a CR at Morrison Farm and the process of going to town meeting. I guess I just wanted to hear from a proponent of this about whether that would be an acceptable way to proceed. Does this way of proceeding, stop your interest in being involved in this? Because we do want to have a process that, keeps people involved. So I don't know if Maureen or anyone would like to speak to this question about whether this idea of going forward with scheduling a hearing and inviting the relevant groups in would be an okay idea.
Heidi, do you want to speak to this, or would you like me to?
I'm in favor of anything that doesn't shut it down. I mean, just shutting it down is not moving forward. And like I say, it's been 27 years. Maureen?
Well, I think it's always interesting and wise to gather as many different opinions as one can. So this has been, it's been a very interesting session for me to hear the differing viewpoints, somewhat painful, but I think that we have to talk to the Agricultural Commission more about it, but I certainly would like to go forward. It's very strange, I think, that we passed the right to farm bylaw in Acton and then set up an agricultural commission in conjunction with that bylaw. But this is one of the few farms. It's not like we have 10 or 20 historic farms in Acton to preserve. So I think it would be very strange if you had an agricultural commission that wasn't interested in preserving a historic farm. But I certainly would like to go forward.
Great, thank you. Great, an online hand, let's hear. Or at least, yep, go ahead.
Hello?
Yep.
Okay, yes. I like the idea of putting a CR on the warrant and then decide the boundaries later, but just for the house. I don't want to have a whole big, huge, one of these staff working group secret meetings or whatever they are to then be talking about the meadow again. I'd like to have a confirmation from town meeting about the meadow. And so relative to comments about the original purpose, town meeting changed its purpose. The plan for a soccer field and recreation complex or theme park or whatever it was, that got turned down by town meeting, indicating a change in direction for the purpose. A change in the use of the parcel zoned for general municipal is only subject to a majority vote of the select board, which puts this land at risk of a select board that's pro-developer. This select board has already funded a Great Road sewer study that mentioned the use of this property for sewer expansion. I agree on the idea of a zoning change, but this is what's on the table right now. So I love that we could just, let's let town meeting decide. I love the idea of simpler language as long as it's binding. Would this CR as proposed be a majority vote or a 2/3?
A vote to have the town, let's see, I'm not sure. That's a great question. Does anyone have yes, 2/3 is what I'm getting from John, is the typical votes we have to develop and go ahead with a CR, or 2/3 votes, because it's like land ownership. It's a land question.
So, this idea about having a warrant article to vote on the CR and then decide on the boundaries later, would that be binding? Or could that be binding, I should say? Can we make that binding?
Well, if the notion is to send the CR back to town meeting for a vote, then, a future town meeting wouldn't be bound by what an earlier vote was. So they could either choose to, accept the CR as developed by a public process or not.
But it would be a strong indication that the town meetings want a CR, whatever
Yes.
the committee ends up. Okay, I like that idea. Thank you so much.
Yes, Patrick Earn has raised his hand. Let's let Patrick speak.
Patrick, you should be able to speak.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, I think, given that it seems the direction we're going in is getting more inputs, discussing it further, ironing out the kinks. And to do that, I would say the best process is to take the warrant to town meeting, but what we're taking to town meeting is actually a question of whether or not the town believes we should work on a warrant and come back the next year, get those inputs, then come back to the Board of Selectmen, as others have suggested, and work it out with you and take the town meeting inputs. That way we get the most inputs. So I think that would be the best approach.
Okay, thank you.
I am on the ag, excuse me, sorry. I am on the AgCom and I am in favor of getting this CR ultimately passed.
Got it.
So, thank you.
I think the only thing we need to move on is, if possible, is to have a select board member who's willing to work on structuring this hearing. So that would be things like, the long list of boards and committees that we might want to particularly invite, any preparatory material we might want to distribute beforehand, such as the draft CR or, the various thousands of pages of material about the Morrison Farm reuse, and maybe information about CRs. So is there a board member who would be interested in either doing that or working on it with another board member or staff? Okay, Fran, thank you. So Fran will be in touch with you all about this. Thanks.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
10 past 10.
Thank you. That worked to have you say that. John?
Who's involved in this for the next step from staff?
Whoever Fran can talk to you about recruiting. We haven't assigned anybody from staff yet.
Yeah, I was thinking, would it be planning to hammer out a,
Yeah, my only concern is they're doing a lot of hammering right now
Yeah.
on other things. And so if this is sliding into the priorities for a town meeting, that's going to change a lot of things that we're working on right now. So I just wanted to raise that.
Yep, we'll have to figure that out before we proceed too much. David?
Is it necessary to be at this town meeting? Right? I mean, I think that it's, to do it, to get some input, to do it right, to figure out what we want, it's going to take more than one hearing, right? I mean, I'm not sure that, just take any of the things the planning department does. It takes months, right? And so I think it's, and I'm not in favor of putting a solar array there, but I'm not in favor of the restrictive CR that's there now, right? And so I think we need to do something in between, and to figure out what people want is going to take some time. And it needs, I think, a higher visibility process than has been done so far.
Yep.
can I just
Please, Fran.
add that my interpretation is getting the buy-in from the community, whether that looks like a pared down CR. So the public hearings beforehand, I don't know how necessary they are. I think we'd get like buy-in from the town at town meeting. Am I not understanding?
That's not the process I'm thinking of, right?
Yeah.
I think we need to, before town meeting, work way beyond the AgCom, right? And so, and I think we've done now 2 years in a row where what was brought to us by the AgCom was not what this board wanted. And so I think we need to have a different process here. Anyway, I think it needs to be, we could just get if anything went to town meeting, if we wanted to do that, we could just get a sense of town meeting as to whether they wanted us to move forward with the CR. But I'm not even sure town meeting is the best place for that, right? You can't have a real good dialogue at town meeting. And besides that, it'll be 10 after 10 at town meeting, right? With people needing to go home to their kids. It's just not a good place to put together a proposal, right? A good place is a special hearing here, either run by us or run by some committee where a lot of people are invited and you get a lot of input. Maybe one of those, like I said, the sessions with the boards, the physical easels, where people can say what they want. But I think it's gonna take some time, right? And I just don't see it. I feel a little frustrated here, frankly, because I made the same objections to the CR last year, and it comes back this year the same. And so at least me, as one member of the board, nothing changed, really.
Well, the structures are excluded, so that was a change.
I understand that, but it's not a viable space for that structure, right? And it still doesn't allow other uses on the land and back. So, anyway, I think, as indicated by this discussion, we have a long way to go here.
Yeah. And Dean has already reminded me it's after 10. So we.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'd just like to follow up very briefly on this. To support David, as far as having a decent, inclusive discussion of this and taking as much time as it needs. There is no active threat on this land. There are no plans to do anything at this point with that piece of land. It's been sitting there since 1997. We've had various study committees that have always ended up at top dead center, and nothing gets done, and nothing gets built, and nothing changes, other than, develop the community gardens there. I don't see the urgency, this being already February, of trying to jam this thing onto a town meeting warrant. I think and the town manager already has got sweat beating up on his forehead because he knows of how many other things he's got going on. I don't see the threat and I don't see the urgency.
Yeah, I didn't see the board saying we would definitely take something to this town meeting. What I heard us agreeing to, the point of agreement we had was to have a large and open hearing to go deeper into the topic. And then from that, we will decide what's next. Alyssa?
So my understanding of that wide, open, public forum that's inclusive, getting lots of voices, was not necessarily dependent on staff creating posters and stickies and structure. There are so many boards that have buy-in already for this, and I think Fran is the perfect person to do it since she's the liaison to Historical Commission and AgCom. Those people there should be some cross-pollination, as well as the larger community. So I think that could happen at the library, it could happen here, it could happen at one of our meetings, but it doesn't need to be that little sticky dot post-it poster kind of event. It could just be sitting around in a circle and sharing, as well as having some background info that you mentioned.
Takes off the pressure, all the sticky dots.
Yeah. Okay. Moving on. So Dean's reminded us that it's 10 o'clock, which means we are going to take a look at the last four items. Last 5 items, 12 through 16. And we're going to have a short discussion about, do we want to stay here late enough to cover all these? And if not, which ones are we not going to do? Alyssa has a thought right away on that.
I would really appreciate discussing the Water Resources Advisory Committee charge and the Cultural Council presentation, because we have some folks who are patiently waiting right here in person.
Okay, I will note that there is no particular urgency on reviewing the policy outlining select board liaison responsibilities. It's been drafted, and we can look at it when we get time for it. So that's one that I would suggest we wait on.
The other two seem short, that are not the two that Alyssa mentioned. So 12 and 13, I don't know how long they'll be. 15 and 16 don't seem long.
Okay. So that would suggest we do 12 and 13, because we have people here for them, and then take a brief step back, evaluate what time it is, and decide whether to do 15 and 16 before we get on to consent items. So that's what I'm going to do, because I'm the chair this year, and I get to make those kind of tricky calls. Alyssa, can you introduce us to how to discuss Water Resources Advisory Committee charge and focus?
Sure. So I don't know how many of you saw the document that's in DocuShare. I think it got put in 6:45 tonight, unfortunately. I sent it in on Friday, but it didn't make its way in there. This was a document that the chair of the Water Resources Advisory Committee drafted in order to guide the committee to discuss their potential areas of focus in the near and long term. It's a couple pages long. But they have, since that was drafted, discussed as a committee to narrow down that focus. And I would love if they're willing to share what those top 3 items were, just so so we're sure that they're accurately and expertly described. Oh, awesome. Thank you. Short list, okay.
Do you have copies for all of us? Sorry, I don't have more than you think. This is the last one. And, so we have one. Can I ask just also for clarification, are we just talking about the part that's labeled short list? I think so. I would recommend that.
Okay. And Alyssa, just one last question. What's the output of this part of the meeting? Are we giving the RAC feedback on what they should be working on?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they would like some direction from the board on what areas to focus on, because there's a pretty broad range of topics that is included in their charge and that they have expertise on, and want to make sure that they're in alignment with our goals.
Okay, so it's not that we're talking about changing their charge, because their charge is already
Exactly.
large and general purpose. This is
Yes.
just about what areas of focus for the short term. Okay, great. Talk to us, or wait till we look at the short list. Does anyone, yeah. Could you perhaps just read those 5 items, just so we get the,
Right,
some of us hear
it's on the
things.
bottom of the second page if you have the printout. And the first one is to study the impact of efforts to spur commercial development on water demand.
Mm-hmm.
Second one is to advocate for stricter water protection zoning bylaws.
Mm-hmm.
Third one is to investigate methods to educate abutters of critical water supplies about what needs to be done about water protection. The fourth is provide guidance to the select board about the formation of a stormwater utility. And the last one is to provide guidance to the select board about the formation of a wastewater district, or district.
There might be questions or comments. Dean?
Well, I think it's particularly timely, considering the town manager was talking about creating a stormwater utility or expanding our stormwater utility, including perhaps residential stormwater management and permitting and fees and all that. So I think that's an item that just jumps right out at me. I think that would be something that I think you should focus on personally.
David?
Yes, thank you for this short list. It makes it much easier to manage. And these all look like good items. I agree with Dean that the top of the list, in my opinion, needs to be stormwater, because that's the biggest thing that the town does, right? My concern with your first 2 bullet points, I have no really objection to them, but one of the things that I was or have been concerned about since the beginning of RAC and up till now, is that we not duplicate stuff that the water district does, right? So I would just ask that anything that you're doing on the first two items that would relate to water supply be well coordinated with the water district, and not be duplicative at all, and it doesn't make sense for us to do them when it's really their responsibility.
Well, we have 3 members on the board, on our committee who are, associated with the water district.
Yes.
Including me.
Yes, and I realize that, and I just want to make sure that that's happening. But the stormwater is a huge thing. We've recently done a stormwater study. I don't know how, a stormwater infrastructure study, especially bridges and culverts. And I don't know if you guys are familiar with that, but there's a lot of work to do there.
Okay.
$10 million worth of work to do there. Thank you.
But here's a question. One of the things that, when I think of RAC, I think of the promise of a town-wide water study that got launched at town meeting. And that was the notion of the study that Wright Pierce did on Great Road was supposed to be a kind of practice or a first phase or, a way to learn about what these comprehensive water studies could look like. And I'm wondering which of these short list items is the closest to that. That's the closest to making progress on the question of understanding, well, I guess I would say, if there's different development scenarios, how do they impact, water quality and quantity, and, and stormwater management. I mean, the whole cycle of water. Because that kind of comprehensive look is what we don't have, because we have, different entities just looking at, the part about what happens when it goes into our, into our sewers, boom, or the part that the water district thinks about, how do we get clean drinkable water out of the ground and deliver it to people? But there's this connection between all these things that I think RAC is uniquely suited to do. So I'm wondering about your perspective on which of these shortlist items gives us progress towards that kind of comprehensive understanding.
I think what you're asking for is not on this list.
Okay.
The RAC a couple of years ago had advocated for exactly what you're talking about. And with the funding of $40,000, we felt that was not sufficient to do the entire town. So that was put into the contract with Wright Pierce. So we had a limited study of what was going on along that corridor. So we also are very, very interested in the kind of study that you're talking about, but we feel that that's going to take a significant amount of funding to provide that kind of information. So we were estimating that it would be, at least $100K, a couple of $100K perhaps, to do that kind of a study on the entire town.
Yeah, and this doesn't seem like the right next few months to launch into that. I agree. Other thoughts about?
I had a quick question. Your bullet point number 1, what does that really entail?
Yeah, I guess our thinking there was, we were thinking about, I think, the Great Road Corridor, and we had Wright Pierce attending our committee last week, and one of the questions was, well, the town is trying to develop that area as a more successful business area. What happens if it does become a much more successful business area? And so basically, I think the response from Wright Pierce was that they had included an upper level increase of 25% in their calculations. And looking at the parcels that were available, what could be developed, and different development of the existing parcels, they didn't see anything that would indicate anything more than 25% increase there. But we're still concerned, the committee is still concerned that other types of development, what's happening with the multifamily zoning and so forth. Is there any possibility that these kinds of changes to zoning and such might result in a significant increase in water demand?
Well, so far what I've heard is general enthusiasm about all these 5 things, and I've heard specific enthusiasm for 1, 4, and 5. Studying the impacts of efforts to spur commercial development on water demand, and then the 2 guidance pieces of G, stormwater utility or wastewater district. So those are the 3 I'm hearing so far. Does that match up with what I'm hearing from people? Okay. And do you need more specific guidance than the notion that those 3 seem like the most important of these 5, or the things that are most urgent for us to be looking into?
I guess in my view, what you've just indicated is sufficient to get us started, and we can discuss with Alyssa more specific guidance.
Okay. Alyssa, you've been quiet, trying not to, do the liaison thing of, like sort of having opinions. You're trying to sort of hold back from that, but I'm wondering if this might be a great time for you to say something.
Sure, I already shared my opinions with the RAC. I'm in strong support of focusing on stormwater management because there's a real need in town to do that. And also, I'm thinking that a good use of their time would be to look at wastewater management districts and tightening up enforcement of things like septic, how, this is a connection with the Board of Health, though. How often are we, folks in town, having their septic systems serviced? Are we able to follow up with them if it's been 2 years or whatever the minimum? I'm on sewer, so I don't know exactly how frequently you need to empty a septic, but I'm sure it depends on the size and the load. It's going to be different for commercial versus residential. But also sump pump, illicit sump pump discharge. And we have, issues with I&I in the sewer district as well. And one thing that I also shared with them that I'd like for them to focus on, because I'm learning a lot about it with the Green Acton Water Committee, and also they discuss it at RAC too. The water district has seen a pretty substantial increase in the amount of salt in the water, and I think it's impossible to remove with the filtration system, if not impossible, really difficult. So I'm concerned about impacts to aquatic life, impacts to human health, because the water district is required to send out notices to people who are on low salt diets when the salt level gets too high. So there's a lot that the Public Works Department is already doing. They've got videos on their page on the website, but I think that there's more that we can do to educate the public about road salt and also take a look and see if any of our waters are being harmed, or any aquatic creatures are being harmed right now in Acton from that. So it didn't make the short list, but I just wanted to share that I was trying to steer them in that direction.
Okay. Before I try to summarize what I've heard from the board, let's hear input from the public. What do we got out there, Matt? Is there someone with their hand raised?
Yes, Mr. Chair, there's a call-in user.
Great.
They should be able to speak now.
Hi, this is Tara. I thank you, Jim, for bringing up the holistic top-down planning concept of town-wide water use and protection, especially given that the Acton Water District is focused on supply and, finding enough water as opposed to pumping enough water, as opposed to what the town can do with its land use policies, zoning, et cetera. Given especially that there's two huge rezoning proposals coming to town meeting in just a few months, including the MBTA zoning and the powder mill zoning. that would increase development or potential development significantly. And I think that the select board owe it to the public, I think, to have RAC study the impact, the expected impact of those zoning proposals, so that the select board has an indication of the impact when it recommends these zoning proposals, which they've already done. You've already recommended support without even understanding the impact, both financial, water, et cetera, et cetera. So I feel like, I don't know if there's a conscious ignoring of this matter, but I really appreciate your interest in holistic planning, and I wish that there was at least a couple other select board members that would want RAC to give you a memo on what they expect the impact of the MBTA and powder mill zoning to be on our water. And maybe it's not a main goal for 2 years, but I hope that it's going to be a main goal for the next couple months. Thank you.
Thank you. So what I've heard so far is, again, those three items, the impact of efforts.
One more.
Oh, sorry, yes?
Yeah, I was just going to say that I thought, in my view of going to the meetings at the RAC meetings, that it was the select board's lack of funding for the Great Roads Water Project, it turned into a sewer project and just a tiny little bit water, that was like sort of an indication to them that you're not interested in the whole holistic water land use planning matter. So I hope that changes, and I wish that it would direct them to give you a memo on the impact to MBTA. It's nothing stopping them because they can do it on their own, but if you just indicate to them that it's important, they would do it. Thank you, I believe.
Thank you. So to summarize, 1, 4, and 5, 1 says study the impact of efforts to spur commercial development. It sounds like it would be a friendly amendment to include, when you say spur, when we think of spurring commercial development, that might include spurring residential development. It's like, what are the changes that are going to be causing increases in water use? And what does that do? And that the 4 and 5 are both about, wastewater districts and stormwater utilities, which both might be really powerful management techniques for helping to achieve our overall, water goals. It would be great to get feedback on you on that. David.
So I don't like your friendly amendment. I prefer the way it is. It seems to me that for a couple of reasons, the predicting water use, right? That's what the water district does, right? I agree that the holistic view here is. I don't object to because the nature of businesses is changing and the increased water use, and I'm okay with that as an extra thing. But the broad holistic view is what's important, not figuring out the effect of development on water use. To me, right? I would prefer not to have that friendly amendment.
Any other thoughts about that? Do we want to keep number 1 focused on commercial development? Or do we want to broaden it to include, increased residential development?
So I don't think that the water district is focused on what the potential zoning changes that the town of Acton implements on water demand. It seems to me that they are reactive to what the town decisions are, whether it's a zoning change or the approval of, Powder Mill Place or whatever. They're going to just pivot and be striving to provide water for whatever comes along. So I think that RAC already has members who are also serving or working for the water district. It's a good, town bridge. So I think that there are significant challenges, though, to having a holistic townwide water study because we don't have the funds to do it. Even this Great Road study, they discussed when Wright Pierce presented to them that they were, Wright Pierce was manually looking at the water use of individual parcels. There's no, model that was created that they can put into GIS and just, so it's just, it would be too time-consuming and too expensive in order to do that right now. So I'd rather give them some concrete guidance, and I'm absolutely okay with studying the impact of development in general, because I think that they have the expertise in order to do that. And the Water District, I don't believe is.
One thing that persuades me in the direction of keeping it the way it is that residential development is more easily understood. You have people living there, they flush toilets, it's sort of it's a straightforward problem in modeling, but the commercial development is complex. There's a lot of different patterns of water use, and especially along Great Road, it goes right to those puzzles of, if we can't afford sewers, how do we manage, possibly large increases in water use? So I think it's probably a really interesting and important issue. So I'd be okay with keeping it the way it is, especially given that this is what we got from RAC. So, why not support them in the way they wrote it up? Other thoughts about telling them to work on items 1, 4, and 5? There was your question about salt.
I just wanted to share that with you.
Okay. It might come up. David?
That's actually an interesting question. I wouldn't mind a bullet item on that. I think it's, whether the salt is in particular areas of town and not in other areas is unclear to me. Our water is softened, which adds salt. And I don't know to the extent that the salt comes from the softening salt or whether it's in the groundwater. I'd be interested to know that. I mean, I assume that the Water District knows that, but anyway, I don't object to that being added, but I'm also happy with the 3 you mentioned.
Do you mind majoring in items 1, 4, and 5 and minoring and thinking about salt?
Of course.
Okay.
I do want to clarify one thing, having been a commissioner for 30 years. The Water District is reactive. It tends to basically say, whatever the demand is, we will try to fill it. And it doesn't do a lot in terms of trying to predict what the future demand will be. It used to have a committee called LUMAC that was active. That committee's not active. It hasn't been active for several years. So, the job that committee had been doing or could have been doing is now being done by RAC. So, I mean, if you want predictions of future demand, RAC would be the committee to do it.
Great. Well, I'm so glad you guys are there working on this stuff. Please.
Does that mean the Water District doesn't produce their 5-year plan book anymore?
Yes, they do.
Sorry. Oh, they do?
But trying to predict future demand based on changes of zoning and so forth, that's not the kind of thing that tends to be in the 5-year plan.
Okay.
Great. I think we've given you plenty of instruction, and get those talented brains working.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item is Acton Boxborough Cultural Council Community Initiative Presentation. Alyssa, you want to introduce how this is going to happen and what our goal is?
I just want to start by apologizing for the late hour. Thank you so much for sticking with us. So this is Jean Young, who's the chair of the Acton Boxborough Cultural Council, and Franny Osman, who is town volunteer extraordinaire. This whole initiative was spurred by a visit that the 3 of us went on with Representative Cataldo in July last year to the West Concord Junction Cultural District. And we met with the executive director of the Mass Cultural Council, Michael Bobbitt, had a tour of the area and did some brainstorming. And then Franny and I took a walk around South Acton, and we were dreaming and decided that the South Acton Village area would be an ideal location for a cultural district because there's so many cultural amenities already there. It needs some help, jumpstarting a revitalization. We always think about what is going to be the spark that starts that. They told us back in 1995 that it would be sewers. We're still waiting for that revitalization, so we have a presentation for you on a proposal for a cultural district in South Acton.
And so that my brain is appropriately focused, what's the goal of this process tonight?
So the ask is at the end, and I will let Jean share that with you.
Okay.
Thank you, Alisa, for the introduction. And thank you, everyone, for staying for this item and on the phone as well. Yeah. And I appreciate all of you, your public service. It's kind of like a long haul meeting. Yeah. Like Alisa said, this deck is prepared by three of us. We were really excited after the tour of the West Concord Junction Culture District. And we coming back, keep thinking, what can we do for Acton? So, here it is. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is a Mass Culture Council definition of what is a culture district. I'll go through these decks very quick. Culture district is an area with a density of cultural activities, facilities, assets, and an easy to navigate, compact area, meaning kind of like a walkable area, and acts as a hub of culture, artistic, and economic activity, and offers a place-based identity to collaborate community initiatives. Yeah. Next slide. Thank you. So the primary goal, like we already said, it's to attract artists and cultural enterprises, encourage business and job development. It's really like a kind of putting public funding and the private investment into the area. And Mass Culture Council is really, they want to inject some money to start the initiative. So although they don't give a lot of money, but it's kind of like bring all the fundings in kind of like a snowball rolling. Yeah, so establish the district as a tourist destination and also preserve and reuse the historical buildings and enhance the property values and then foster and preserve the local culture development. Next slide, please. So eligibility for the designation is that the town must establish a culture district partnership, and the partnership needs to be led by a town official, staff. Yeah. So, and then some other requirements like hold a public meeting and pass a resolution and then develop goals and a plan and identify a mappable footprint, which we will share a proposed map later, and then identify those culture facilities and assets. Yeah, so there's a program manager in Mass Culture Council who, if we agree to do this, and then they will help us to start the process application. Yeah, next slide, please. So currently in Massachusetts, there are 55 culture districts. In our adjacent towns, there are 3. Concord has 2, actually, Concord Center and the West Concord Junction, and also Maynard. If you drive south from Route 27, you can see the Maynard Culture District sign. So each culture district designation lasts for 10 years, and you can renew for another 10 years. And in 2023, each district received $15,000. So this would be every year, depending on the inflation, could be increasing next year. Next slide, please. So this is just some picture from our tour. Like we really see the transformation in West Concord. If you live like a local, you've seen that they added more and more kind of culture stuff. Yeah, and they attracted a lot more artists as well into the area. Next slide, please. Thank you. So based on the recommendations from the town, actually, we had 2 community meetings in October, November. And then we receive a lot of interest and support from the local organizations, and also thank you for Magenta Dance Place and the South Acton Congregation Church for offering to host the meetings. And probably some people are on the phone, and people here also, come to support this initiative. Next slide, please. So the next step would be to get the select board support and have the town manager to identify the lead staff, and then roll this into South Acton vision and action plan. I think this is a very good timing because the South Acton vision action plan just finished the housing part, right? So thinking about how to, zone the business, so it's great. So last slide is our proposed map for the culture district boundary. Just a draft map for people to see what we're thinking. Any questions?
Can you put the map back up? I just wanted to point out some of the things, some of the places on here, the Discovery Museum, Exchange Hall, which is where Magenta Dance Studio is, the South Acton Congregational Church, Faulkner House. We included the Recreation Center because that's a great venue for, a big space where dances and concerts can happen, the farm and the playground, and we even extended it over to the east to incorporate the future 53 River Street Historic Park, to be named.
And is there a slide with an ask on it? Okay. Select board support, okay.
Yeah, we thought that the timing was good because the South Acton Vision and Action Plan is not yet wrapped up. So we were hoping that this is just one possibility, that it could be rolled into that, because creating a cultural district in South Acton was not one of our goals that we established this summer. But if we can get behind moving forward with this, then we would need to have staff be able to commit whatever time that they have to working on this. The Economic and Community Development Office did have an intern who went on this tour in West Concord Junction. So I don't know how much Julie Pierce knows about it, but probably she knows quite a bit about cultural districts in the state.
If the next step right after select board support is identifying staff, then I'd be curious to hear from John before I express my support, to find out if there is the chance that there is staff available for this.
And when?
And when, right.
This fiscal year or a future fiscal year?
Right.
Is that a question for me?
Yeah, sure. If there's someone maybe available next fiscal year and not now, that would be good to know, or?
Yeah, so first of all, I think that this is a really cool idea, and I think that part of my background is studying how arts can help, improve neighborhoods, and something I'm passionate about. We have funding that we had approved last year to develop a public arts plan, which we haven't implemented yet. There are several initiatives that are being led currently by Julie and the Economic Development Committee that are related to arts and culture and are really advancing things in this direction. Just today, we released an RFP to develop an economic development plan, which should certainly involve many of the things that were listed on the third page for this project. So I think it's pretty good timing to work something like this into what we're working on. So I do think that we could work it in. If it's for this town meeting, I would say no, but if it's for the future, then it's certainly something I'd love to try to do, and certainly if the board set it as a goal this summer, it would give it that much more momentum.
Other thoughts or questions from board members? David?
So are the monies usually spent on artworks or other things?
It could be many things. It's like business development, artworks, and also public, gardens or walkways. Yeah.
Thank you. I think this is great. I'm highly supportive. I don't think the map quite includes the park. And it doesn't quite include my house either. If you went down just like another 150
This
feet.
is just a rough draft.
Yeah.
Other comments from board members? And then we also have some people from the public who want to say things. Fern?
I love this idea, and I love the fact that it is, in line with the South Acton visioning and what's going on down there, because we need artwork in South Acton. And I think that, the timing's perfect. And Julie was the first person I thought of when, but that's not my decision.
Dean, any thoughts?
Yeah, I think it works well. And I do think Julie is probably the economic development folks should be the ones involved in it. If they can squeeze this into all the other projects that John's having them work on.
This seems like, of course, let's do this. If only from the notion of, what does it take to get an extra $15,000 a year from the state to do cool things? This seems like a relatively easy lift. It's easy for me to say, but it does seem worthwhile. And I do agree that we have tried various things in South Acton, we're going to keep trying until we get it right. And this seems like a good part of the next step, along with the general South Acton visioning plan. So I'm enthusiastic. I agree that there's some question about how quickly we can proceed on this, but supporting it as a select board member is something that we will get to as we have time. I'm very happy to do that. Alyssa?
So I just want to finish up by saying that I hadn't considered the economic development plan, but that makes a lot of sense to roll this into that. And I also don't know when the timing of the South Acton, I don't know when Metropolitan Area Planning Council is finished with that initiative, if it ends at town meeting or continues on. So I do also want to mention that West Acton Village, a group of people, I don't know who they were, I just heard that they got pretty far down the road of creating a cultural district, and then the pandemic hit. So it is good to know that a town can have more than one, and so maybe these are parallel efforts if they both get wrapped into, if West Acton Village gets picked back up again, and this gets added in, and it's all incorporated into the economic development plan.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Then we'll get 30,000.
Yeah. It's not divided. Okay, good. Yeah, it seems like we should have a cultural district near every current or historic train station. It just seems natural. Is there a motion you'd like to make with respect to this? Like the select board supports the creation of a cultural district in South Acton?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Any last comments on that? People could. Oh, yes, hands up. Let's hear. Michaela, or whoever's on the line. What do you want to say? Okay. Okay. Matt, you pick an order and we'll hear from people.
First up is Michaela Moran.
Okay.
Should be able to.
Michaela, we want to know what you're thinking, but we can't hear you yet.
Michaela, you just muted yourself. I think you went the wrong way. Michaela, you muted, there you go.
Still not hearing, but raise up smoke signals or some other way of communicating with us if you think this is not a good idea, because that's the direction we're heading in. Okay, and who else can we hear from?
This person's named Discovery Museum.
Okay, yep,
You'll be able to speak now.
good.
Hi there, this is Marie Beam. I'm the CEO of the Discovery Museum, clearly in on the museum Zoom account here. It doesn't sound like you need persuading, but I just wanted to extend my support, the museum's support, anything we can do to invest along with the community in the development of a cultural economy in South Acton. We are 100% on board. And, we brought 180,000 kids and adults into the neighborhood last year, and we're, sort of priming them for expanded experiences in the area. So just wanted to let you know that we are fully supportive and excited to see this happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Your support means a lot. Okay, I think we were just about to check on this motion of supporting a cultural district in South Acton. Any last comments? No? All those in favor, please say yes or aye.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Step one done. Thank you. Yep. Hey, that's the 11 o'clock bell. I'm turning into a pumpkin very soon. So unless there's deep opposition, I'm going to move 14 and 15 to a future meeting and go to the consent agenda. 16. And 16. So.
Can we just do 15 since it's a motion and an approval? There's no presentation, right?
No, I mean, I could talk about it for hours, but I'm not going to.
Can you talk about it for 30 seconds?
Just say good or bad.
Okay. I've been participating with this group on an informal basis for a year and a half. They're a fine group of people who are who cover the congressional district, roughly speaking, of Lori Trahan, bringing together town officials and environmental advocates to coordinate on environmental and climate change things. And they have an MOU that towns are slowly signing on to, and we could be another town that signs on to it. Town council's had a chance to look at the agreement, is fine with the form of it. Andrea Becerra, our sustainability director, is willing to be an additional person assigned to the NCCC. David?
I move to authorize the town manager to sign the North Central Climate Change Coalition Memorandum of Understanding.
I second.
Any other discussion? No? Okay, all those in favor, please say yes or aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Chair, I would recommend we do 16 if we could. It's going to take a few minutes, I think.
Okay, I was enlivened by getting 15 so easily, so sure, let's try it. So we would need a board member to participate in the Hazard Mitigation Plan Working Group. And it's a big group that has folks from lots of boards and committees and staff, and they need someone from the select board. Is there someone here that would like to be the designated board member? I noticed that Alyssa's raising her hand, and I'm waiting for a second to see if there's any other self-nominations. No? Okay. That suggests that we approve the notion of appointing Alyssa to participate in the Hazard Mitigation Plan Working Group. All those in favor, please say yes or aye.
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 Okay, you're nominated, you're in. Thank you, Alyssa. Okay, now to the consent items. Some of these may get called out, we'll see. 17, approve meeting minutes, January 8th and 22nd, 2024. 18, approve final request for proposals for sewer commission governance study.
Hold.
Okay. Approve fossil fuel-free bylaw fee of $250. Approve 2024 Acton Boxborough Farmers Market license agreement for Elm Street Playground. Accept donation of a memorial bench valued at $590 from Carolyn Gallagher for Nara Park. One-day alcoholic beverage license, Abby Rendish, Nara Park Full Pavilion, August 31st, 2024. One-day alcoholic beverage license, Elena Gorodensky, Magenta Dance Place, 6 School Street, February 10th, 2024. One-day alcoholic beverage license, Bridget Sadler, St. Elizabeth Hungary Church, 89 Arlington Street, February 10th, 2024. One-day alcoholic beverage license, Jessica Chase, Clubhouse at Nagog Woods, February 17th, 2024. Accept donation from Orion Industries for $1,000 to the Serve Fuels Assistance Gift Account. And finally, number 27, appoint Annie Channon, Monica Burke, Annette Lockery, Ann Chang, Tom Dunn, Miriam Lezak, and Pat Clifford as representatives from the Citizens Library Board of Trustees, the Memorial Library Board of Trustees, and the Friends of Acton Libraries to the Citizens Library Governance Advisory Committee. Okay, hold. We've got two that are held. Given the hour, are any of these, I guess probably the most urgent one would be 27 to discuss, just because, here's this committee, we want to get them going if we can. So, David, what's your thought about this one?
So pretty minor, hopefully. I would just like at the end to say, comma, term to expire if they leave their respective board or committee.
Term to expire if they leave.
If there's no objection from, and I'll make that motion if there's no objection from other members.
No objections are seen.
Okay, I'll just read it. Appoint Annie Shannon, Monica Burke, Annette Lockery, Ann Chang, Tom Dunn, Miriam Lezak, and Pat Clifford as representatives from Citizens Library Board of Trustees, Memorial Library Board of Trustees, Friends of Acton Libraries to the Citizens Library Governance Committee, term to expire when they leave their respective board or committee.
Second.
There's a second. Any other comments? All those in favor, please say yes or aye.
Yes.
Aye. Okay. And then the next one is the Sewer Commission Governance Study, number 18. Alyssa, you had some changes to discuss. I will confess that my brain says this is complex. Let's agree to send your suggested changes, put them in the next packet so that we can discuss them at the next meeting. But it could be that people really want to get this settled now. People okay with waiting?
I'm game.
Okay, you're okay either way? Okay.
I think it'd be better to wait. I think we'll do it just better.
Okay. So you write up your stuff and we'll put it in the packet and everyone will get a chance to look at it.
Can I make a motion for the rest of them?
Yes, please.
I move to approve consent items 17 and 19 through 26 inclusive.
Okay. Is there a second for that?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor, please say yes or aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Okay. That's those. Hard to do justice to a meeting eval this late at night, but let's see what we can do. Let's see. I think I got a little bit too ambitious with the agenda items, but only by a little bit. Hopefully I can dial it back a little bit next time. What else? I thought the spirit of the meeting was good. We had some disagreements, but we still, listened to each other well, I thought, and found ways to proceed. I like that. And we had a bunch of public participation, which is always good. Any other thoughts about either what went well or what didn't go so well, or follow-up items that we want to remember for next time?
I thought it was reasonably efficient meeting, considering
Okay.
the number of things.
Mm-hmm.
I would just add that we need to follow up on that sewer commission RFP.
Mm-hmm.
And was there anything else
Hmm?
we have to bring back?
The liaison.
Yeah, the
Oh, the
liaison
liaison.
thing and the leaf blower thing.
Yeah.
So those three.
Yeah, okay, so we have a couple things to add to the next meeting agenda, which I will scribble down. And the only other thing that was left for me that I put a circle around was the comment about how on the Finance Committee page, it points to an old presentation that is not in favor of an override. And if we can get that fixed with a high priority, that would be great.
That wasn't a request, that was a clarification. I tried to change it, and that's what they want.
Okay, so there's different people on the Finance
He wasn't
Committee.
saying that it was in there an error, he was just saying there, it was there. And he
Oh.
wanted to highlight that it's old.
Oh, okay. Well, as long as we've highlighted that it's old, that's That's all we can do. Okay. Any other thoughts about the meeting or follow-up items for the future? No? Okay. You're going to do a motion.
Move to adjourn?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor, please say yes or aye.
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 Yes. Okay. We're done. Thank you, everyone.